Hello everyone, welcome to a class of MS Word for learning to make quality documents, letters, reports. So if you're planning to learn MS Word from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we'll cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a beginner level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can join in this class. Let's take a look what you learned here in this class. Introduction, Workspace and Interface, Understanding Alignment in MS Word, Using Bullets and Numbering, Changing the Text Background Color, all about creating tables in MS Word, Project on Making an Invoice Design, Working with Images in MS Word, Creating a Watermark, Project on Creating a Letterhead, Making Shapes with MS Word, Page Setup for Printing. After completing this class, you will be able to create documents, insert images in your document, make different page layout, design letterhead, and make invoice design, put watermark on your document. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project, so you can do practice while you're learning. You'll have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help. So let's start learning MS Word for making quality documents, letters, and reports together. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now, as this one is the first chapter, we are just getting started of this MS Word Essential tutorial. So firstly, I'll be giving you guys some introduction about the home page from where you will be able to open up a document, how you'll be able to work up, okay? And also I'll get you guys familiar with the workspace, like how you will be able to work in that particular space. And also I'll tell you guys about the interface, okay? A few other tools which are available over here where you are going to work. Okay, so I'll be explaining you each and everything here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on getting an introduction, workspace, and the interface of the MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the MS Word. So first thing what I'm going to show is if you do want to create a new file, okay, so there are different templates which you can choose from, okay. So it totally depends up to you what you're going to use this particular thing for, okay. So from here, this is the home page. If you want to come and see some new templates, you guys can check all this out. If you are like writing a letter, you do have a letter format right over here. If you do want to learn a bit more about Word before starting, you guys can come here and you guys can just take a look at what are the guidelines over here. Okay, and this is a page. If you do want to write a resume, okay, here in this particular place, you guys will be able to come and also check out the font right over here. Okay, if you do want to make a calendar, okay, you guys can come here and make some calendars over here. Okay, so if you do want to check some more templates here, you guys can see, you guys can basically make some resumes like this. Okay, and here you guys can also see a restaurant brochure, okay, educational brochure. You guys can use all of it, okay, so you guys can come here and just take up a look. Okay, and if you want to search anything online, you guys can come here and search your templates online over here. Okay, so this was about creating a new document. Okay, and if you had worked in any document before, okay, so from here in the recent option, you guys will be able to access all of those right from here. Okay, so you guys will be able to work on all of these particular things. If you do want to open it up, suppose if you don't have those things here in the recents, okay, you guys can come here in this open option. Okay, and from the open option, you guys can come here, go to the your PC. Okay, and from there you guys will be able to get all those things right over here. Okay, so now let's come over here in the new page. Okay, and first thing what I am going to do is I am going to create a blank document. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood about the home page right over here. So basically from here you guys will get some account details. If you do want to provide some feedback, you guys will be able to provide some feedback, and there are different options as well if you want to take a look. So these are few of the settings which you guys can come here. Okay, and you guys can actually set those things up, like what all languages do you need. Okay, and how your page is going to look like. Okay, you guys can come here and settle all those things right out from this place. Okay, and again, if I come here, let's click on new, and from here I will be creating one new document. Okay, so this is the basic place where you guys will be working. Okay, so here you guys can see now, if I come over here and if I just click over here, and now if I do want to type anything, then I will be able to type from here. Okay, so if I just want to write good morning, okay, so I will be able to write that just from here. Okay, so you guys can see I will be able to write things out, give my spacing around. Okay, so this is basically the interface from where you guys will be able to write your documents up. And suppose if I just come here and if I click on backspace more again, okay, I won't be able to go more back than this. Okay, basically this place is for the heading. Okay, and this is basically a margin over here. Okay, some invisible lines which actually clarifies your margin. Okay, suppose if I come here and I'll just write p. Okay, so here it is just leaving off the same space here and on the left hand side as well, the right and left hand side. So this thing is here basically in the middle. So on top also I do have a space left. In that case, when I just come down of my page, it will also leave this remaining page when I come down. Okay, so I can just click on backspace again to go back. So from here, you guys can see, okay, if I just come here on top, okay, so the first thing which you see is here, you guys do have the name of this one. And from here, if you just double click onto this particular panel, you guys will be able to change the name over here. Okay, so I will just write as word class. Okay, so I will just write word class over here. Okay, so I'll just write word class, and also I can choose the location where do I want to save this particular file. Okay, so here I will come and I can just select that particular place. Then I will come here and let me just save this here in my MS Word resource file. Okay, and let me name this one as word class. Okay, so I will just name this one as word class. Okay, so you guys can come here and actually name accordingly whatever you want to name this thing. And now you guys can actually save this particular file. And here, once I have saved, here you guys can also see that now this one is named as word class, and this one is basically saved into my PC right now. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do that. And afterwards, okay, if you are working, okay, and if you want it to save automatically, suppose sometimes what we do is by mistakenly we just cut this page off or do whatever, but there is a warning page each and every time. So in that case, you don't have to do that if you just turn on your auto save option. So here they'll tell you where do they want to save this file up. Okay, so here you guys can do this thing. Okay, and after that, here you guys can come here and you guys can also save the file just by one click. Okay, so this is basically the quick access toolbar, or you guys can also call it as a quick menu bar. So from here, if you just want to undo any action over here, you guys can undo any action. And from here, basically, if you do have anything right over here, and what I want to do is I want to repeat typing. So I can just repeat this same typing again and again from here. Okay, so here if I just write good Okay, and now again I will click on this one. Here you guys can see this is just repeating my word again and again right over here. Okay, and if I just want to undo my action, I can just click on this one. So these are few of the shortcuts method which you guys can use. Okay. So here also if you guys come and if you guys can see, okay, you guys can see undo option is there, and also redo option is also there. Okay, if you do want to add anything more here onto a quick access timeline, you guys will be able to add it right from here. Okay, so this is quite an interesting option. Okay, there are a lot of commands which we'll learn later. Okay, so here you guys can see if you do want to hide this quick access toolbar, you guys will also be able to hide this quick access toolbar from here as well. Okay, and once you're done, suppose once you are done with the thing what you're doing over here, okay, now what you want to do is you want to share. So from here basically you do have an option. You guys can come here and you guys can share your particular file in a lot of way, like do if you want to save it in a PDF format, or if you just want to send the Word file, okay, you can just change that document into many other formats to send to your client or in your office accordingly. Okay, whatever their requirement is. And here there is another option. Okay, here you guys can see. Okay, now as I am writing this thing up, okay, so I do have the editing option. Okay, and suppose if I come here and if I just put it in reviewing option, okay, so here I will be able to add, like, if there is any changes do I have to make. Okay, so in that case I will be able to review this thing up. Okay, and viewing means that I won't be able to put anything over here. Okay, see, as I am trying to write anything, okay, as I am trying to delete, okay, from here I won't be able to delete or do anything from here. What I will only be able to do is view. Okay, when I try to click any alphabet or any word, here you guys can see down there is a thing written, you can't make this change because the selection is locked. It is locked because from here I have selected only the view mode. Okay, so there are basically three modes. Okay, and reviewing is like, suppose you're sending it to your teacher or you're sending it to your professor or into your office, so they will review your work and they can suggest you accordingly, okay, you should make some changes over to this point. So they're just some guidance that you have to take the decision on that. Okay, here if I come and now if I try to write something, here you guys can see now I am able to write things up in a different color. Okay, so that means that they can actually review it from here. But again, if I just come back, okay, and what I can do is if I just come into the editing option, okay, so here I am in the editing option. So here you guys can see again I am able to write quite properly. So this is about that. And if you do want to add any comments, okay, if you see and respond to comments in this document, okay, if anyone wants to add any comment, in that case they will be able to come here, okay, and they can add any comments right from this button right over here. Okay, so this is the comment section. If you do want to create one, you guys can come here and just click on control plus enter to post it. Okay, otherwise there is one option, you guys can come here and post your, if you want to start any conversation, like suppose two three of you are working in a document which is kind of broad, or it's a documentary about anything. In that case you guys need to communicate, so you guys can basically communicate from here, from this comment box. Okay, so now let's come here down. If you want to view this in a read mode, then you won't be able to see this toolbar and all. So if you come here and click on this one, here you guys can see now I do have the read mode again. Okay, and now if I come back here again, if I want to go and see in the print layout, I can come here and click on this button. Okay, so here this is basically the focus mode. Now I won't be able to put up any toolbar, but what I can do over here is I can basically write my things down. Okay, if you wanna write your things down, suppose you know what will be the format, you don't need any toolbar, you have already set up your font, and you have also set up your text style. In that case you can just come here and just start typing your things out over here. Okay, if you want to go back, just click on escape from the keyboard, and next come to this point right over here, okay, which is basically the web layout. And once I click on this one here, you guys can basically see now I do have a broader page right over here. Okay, so this page is now for a web layout. Like if you were working on some web pages, in that case you can come here and you will get that particular size right from here. Okay, and again I will go to in this particular mode. Okay, so from here, basically, if you want to zoom in, you guys will be able to zoom in. And if you want to zoom out, you guys will be able to zoom out right from here. Okay, so a lot of options you guys can work on with right over here. Okay, so there is zoom in and zoom out option. If you want to go down, just come here on the sides. Here you guys can see there are two arrow marks. Okay, you guys can come here and click those arrow marks. Otherwise, if you just want to go on top at once, you guys can click on this one. Just hold your bar over here with your mouse and you guys can drag it as well. Okay, so this was about the whole interface. Okay, and this is basically the menu bar. Under menu bar I do have a different options, like if you want to save your file and give a name, you guys can also do it from here. Okay, and a lot of options right over here. Okay, if you do want to print it up, you guys can set. Okay, if you want to export, share, okay, you want to see the information of this particular word file, okay, or this document, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, and this is insert option. Okay, you will be able to insert images and stuff like that. If you do have any design, you guys can check out a lot of designs from here. If you want to draw, we'll be learning about all these things. Okay, so here you guys can check out the layout from here. You guys can check the size of the page from here. Okay, if you want to check out the orientation, okay, you guys can also check the orientation. Suppose if I do on a landscape page, here you guys can see I have changed this to a landscape page. Again, I will go on to portrait. If you want to work on with the margins, you guys can select some of the preset of margin which are over here. Otherwise, if you want to come here and you can also customize, we'll be learning about all these things in detail. Okay, and here you guys can see mailing options, some review, okay, view options in this particular layout. And if you do need any kind of help, you guys can come here and reach out to this particular option. Okay, and here are basically few of the places. Suppose if I come here and now what I will do is I will write hello everyone. Okay, so let me just write hello everyone. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll be able to do is, suppose I want to copy this thing up. So what I'll do is I'll select this one and now I will copy this thing and I'll just keep my mouse over here. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now if I just want to paste it, I can just paste it from here. Otherwise, you guys can also use some keyboard shortcuts. Okay, so while using this one, okay, keyboard shortcuts are very necessary when you work in MS Word. Okay, because it will just save your time and it is quite time efficient. And I do understand that it won't come at once. With time it will come to you guys, but once you keep on working on a regular basis with Word or any other software of Microsoft, in that case it will be quite an handy thing to know about or learn about. Okay, so if I just click on this paste option, here you guys can see I have pasted this thing. And under paste option as well, here you guys can see I do have a lot of things over here. Okay, we'll be learning about all these things later. Okay, so 4 or 5 options over here. Okay, so you guys can check this. So this is the clipboard page and this is the font page basically. Okay, so suppose if I come over here and now what I want to do is I just want to increase the font size from here. Okay, so in that case I will be able to change the font size over here, and from here basically I will be able to select what kind of font do I need over here. Okay, so there are a different kind of fonts which you guys can choose from, different styles. Okay, you guys can actually put those things out right over here. Okay, and in this particular font, if you want to make your letter kind of bold, you guys can come here and you guys can click on this bold option, and here you guys can see my particular word or the font have changed to bold. And if I off it again, and here you guys can see the changes. And if you want to tilt this one a little bit, like if you want to give this italic, okay, in that case you can come here and you can click on this button. Okay, so here you guys can see it's just coming a bit on the right hand side. So this is how you guys can tilt all your words right over here. And if you want to underline it over here as well, suppose you guys can come here and click on this one, and here you guys can see this thing is underlined right over here. Okay, again, if you want to change anything, select this thing up. If you want to straighten it up, click on this one. If you come here and if you want to change what kind of underline do you want? Do you want double underline? Do you want a dotted line over here? Or a lot of things. Okay, if you want to explore more of it, you guys can come here and actually explore a lot of it from here. Basically, you guys will be able to change the font type, okay, font style, font size, and after that you guys will be able to change the underline color manually as well. Suppose you just want this color underline only, in that case you can come here and just click on here. You guys can see now only you do have this kind of underline. Okay, so now if I just type anything, and now if I just put on underline on this one, okay, so let me just put underline to it. So now let's just click outside, and let's see here. You guys can basically see the underline over here is in an orange color. Okay, so this was about it. Okay, and if I just come here and if I try to uh just give this a strike through, okay, like I just want to strike through this one, so I will select that particular word. I will come here and I will just go for a strike through from the middle. You guys can also do that. And sometimes what we do is while typing, okay, suppose if I come here and now I want to come down, okay, in that case I need to make sure that when I want to come down, okay, I need to click on enter from my keyboard. So sometimes what happen is, like, sometimes for writing any formula, okay, and formula and all, what you do is you want to actually get a subscript over here. Okay, and if you're writing like 10 power by 2, okay, so in that case you guys can use the superscript right over here. Suppose if I come to this option, okay, and I want to write h 2so4, okay, so I will just write h over here. Let me change this one and this here as well. Select this one. Yeah, H, and I'll just write 2. And what I'm going to do is I will select this 2 and I will just bring this thing underneath. Okay, and what I'll do now here is I will just select this up, and now SO4. Okay, so now again I will come here, I will select the 4 and I will just put this one down. So this is how you guys will be able to work on. Okay, and if you want to give a power off, okay, in that case suppose 10 power of 2. Okay, so I'll just select here 2, and now I will select the 2, and now I can select this superscript right over here. Okay, you can use it to actually design your page as well. Okay, I'm not telling you guys only to use it for your formulas or anything, but I just showed you because most of them, they do use these things for that. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you want to decrease the size of the font from here, you guys can come here, and basically here you guys can see, if I just want to increase the size one by one, I will be able to do that. If I want to decrease the size one by one, okay, in that case you guys will be able to come here and decrease the size kind of like this. Okay, and now suppose if I come here, and what I want to do is I just want to change the text effects from here. You guys can come here, and a lot of option available over here, like outline, shadows, reflection, glow. You guys can use all these effects right over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to use the effects. Okay, and now let's come to this particular option. If you want to highlight any text, okay, so if you come here, suppose if I come here, and now what I want to do is I just want to highlight the text color. Okay, in that case I will be able to highlight those things out. So here you guys can see I can just choose this color and I can just highlight this thing accordingly. If I want to change the font size, it will just increase by few times over here. Here you guys can see now I do have 72. Okay, so if I do want to decrease it, I can also come here and I can decrease it to 36 from here as well. If I click on enter, I can just go down. So this was about effect over here. Okay, and now let's come to this point. Okay, suppose I will write A, B, C. Okay, and what I want to do is I just want to change this thing all to small letters. Suppose if I do have a big paragraph, in that case, I want to use that whole paragraph and I want it in lowercase. In that case, what I can do is if I just select this one and come to this point, okay, change case option, you can just come here and just select lowercase. Okay, so here you guys can see I have just decreased the size right from here. And if I come here and if I just write A, B, C, okay, or sometimes it depends on the font style as well. So let me just take this Calabri, okay, and let me write A, B, C from here, and let me select this thing. And what I can do is I can come here and if I just select the uppercase, here you guys can see my letters over here have been changed to an uppercase letter right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see this is changed to an uppercase. And again, if I select these things, and what I want to do is I want to get it in a lowercase, I can come here and get it in a lowercase. And here, if I do have so many words in that particular paragraph, in that case, here you guys can capitalize each word. Okay, and here if you want to toggle the case, you guys can come here. Okay, you guys can do that. And basically from here you guys will be able to choose the font color. Okay, suppose if I want a blue color for my font, I can come here and select those color. Okay, so if you do want to add some gradients to it, you guys can come here onto the gradient option, and from here basically you guys will be able to work on with the gradient. Okay, so here you guys can also check out more gradient if you want to check out more gradient over here. Okay, if you want to clear all formatting, in that case you guys can basically clear all formatting from here. Suppose if I come here and here you guys can see all the effects and each and everything whatever I put over here has been formatted. Okay, you guys can come here again, select this one and just format all these things again. Okay, and if you just want to go back, Control Z again. Okay, and here I'm back at the same place where it started. So hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to work on with this font panel right over here. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have format text effects here as well. Like if I do need any kind of gradient fill, I can choose the colors from here. You guys can see on my right hand side here in my control panel. I can also choose the text outline. Okay, if I do want a solid line. So we'll be learning about all this later. Okay, so just to show you guys this one, suppose if I just select this one and from here what I want to do is I just want to take a gradient fill over here. So basically if I do want to change any color, okay, I can come here. Suppose I have selected this one. Let me take a red color over here. And let's come here and let's try to take a yellow. And let's come to this last point. Let's keep this color over here. And now if I click on outside here, you guys can see the changes here in my word. Okay, I can basically position all that as well according to myself. Okay, this gradient stops and I can basically change the transparency of these things here as well. Suppose I will select this and I want to decrease the transparency by 20%. So I will come here, maybe decrease it by 20%. Okay, so here you guys can see the transparency have been decreased by 20%. Okay, and if you do want to add some solid line for the text outline, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can check the width. Suppose if I come here, let's select this out. And what you can do is if I come here, I will just take a solid line. In that case, what I can also do is here you guys can see, I can take a color from here. Let me take a black. Okay, so here you guys can see now I also do have a type line right over here. Let me just make it visible by 20%. And now here if I click here onto my text, you guys can see now I also do have a timeline like a text outline over here as well. Okay, So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class, how I have explained you guide about this font panel over here. Okay, a lot of things to explore. Okay, and for my text effects, what I can do is I can just click here and I can just put this one outside, and this is the paragraph panel. We'll be learning about the alignment panel in our next class. Okay, and these are different styles, and if you do have anything, right, like if you want to replace it with any other word, you guys can come here. If you want to add in anything, you guys will be able to add in a lot of things here as well. So we'll be learning about alignment in the next class. Till then, take care and goodbye. I hope you guys have understood this introductory class on the MS Word. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, and here we'll be understanding alignment in MS Word. Okay, so once you do have a paragraph, and now what you want to do is you want to align those in a particular format. In that case, how you will be able to do that and how you can manage all those things here in the MS Word. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started with understanding the alignment in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here again at the same another workspace, and now this is a document, and I will name this one as the alignment class. Okay, so I will just name this as the alignment class, and now I will just check this out, and I'll save this here in my resource file. And here you guys can see this one is being now saved. Okay, so for alignment now, as you guys can see, these are few options for alignment. Like if you want to align it to the left, it's Control plus N from L from your keyboard. Okay, if you want to align it to the right, it's Control plus R from your keyboard. If you want to control it here in the center, it's Control plus Enter from your keyboard. And in the same way, if you are using a Mac, okay, it's Command plus E, Command plus O, and or Command plus L and Command plus R. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that things right over here. Okay, so now let's start understanding this one. Okay, so to do that, I will just type a heading. Okay, suppose let me just type a heading over here. Okay, heading. And what I want to do is, suppose once you have a heading, what you want is you want to position it here in the exact center. Okay, so now if I want to position it here in the center, and once I've written this one, here you guys can basically see in this particular panel, this one is aligned to the left, as this starting it from the left. Okay, so now if I want to align it to the center, what I can do is I can come here and I can just click on the center option. And if I want to align it to the right hand side, okay, in that case I will be able to align it here in the right hand side. And if I click on enter, I will be able to write things from the right hand side. Okay, so as you guys can see, I will be able to write this thing from here. Okay, and in the same way, let's select this one and let's try to align it here in the center. Okay, so now I will just increase the size of my letter from here. Okay, so this one is now here in the middle. So let me just give 48, and also let me change this Calibri to a broader one right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the heading right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually use this alignment option. Okay, and in what cases basically we do use this particular option, which is the align right option. Okay, so let's try to see that. Okay, let me just click on enter, and now if I type anything, it will just start typing from the middle itself. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys can actually write in the center. And suppose if I want to align it to the right side. Okay, so if I want to align it to the right side, and now I will just decrease the size, and let me just type date. Okay, so if I just type a date over here, and I can just see two 2. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to write this place out. Okay, you can just type Florida. So this is how you guys will be able to write on the left hand side. Okay, and this is quite necessary. Okay, so this was about this particular thing, and I'll also show you few of the other options. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here in the file option. I will go to open, and from here now I am going to take this sample file. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a sample file right over here. Okay, so basically you guys can actually see I do have a lot of things right from here. So these are certain dummy text in a format. So here you guys can see the sizing of the letter is different over here, and it's different over here as well. So here it was something like 28, and here it's basically 18. Okay, so if you guys can see, and here also if you guys can notice, okay, so here I do have a different size over here, and also different font which are being used right over here. Okay, so basically, this is a 4-page document. Okay, some dummy text which are there in the document. Just this is a good format which you guys can actually follow right over here. Okay, so to show you guys this particular thing, let's come to this point right over here. And suppose what I want to do is let me just take this particular things right from here. And what I want to do is I just want to justify it here in the center. Okay, so here if I justify it here in the center, you guys can basically see now it is just coming here exact in the center. Okay, so here you guys can see on both the sides it's not that equal, but here this is just justifying exactly in the center. Okay, so here this is how you guys will be able to justify it from here in the center. And suppose if you come here and now you want to mark any words from here. Okay, in that case, if you come and what you want to do is you want to align it. Okay, suppose if you want to align it to the left. Okay, now in that case here you guys can see now I am not able to align only these particular words which are over here in between the sentence. Okay, so in that case you guys can't do that. Okay, if you want to align it to the right, here you guys can see this whole paragraph right over here is getting aligned to the left or the right side. Okay, so in that case what you can basically do is you can come here and click on enter, and now suppose if I do want to align it here in the center. So now here, what I'm going to do is let me just justify this one. Okay, so if I just want to justify the line here, you guys can see I'm able to do that. Otherwise, let's select this one. And if I want to justify this thing right over here, you guys can see I can just justify it here on the left hand side, or if I want to do it right over here. So here you guys can see this is the justification option. Okay, and if I just want to change anything, like if I want to select this particular word and now I want to make this thing kind of bold and kind of italics, and I want to put up any underline, I will be able to do those things quite easily from here. Okay, if you do also want to change the font color, I will also be able to change the font color from here. Okay, so here you guys can see if I come here and now if I take this particular color, I will be able to put that particular color right from here. Okay, so you guys are able to see those changes right over here. Okay, so now let's come to this point and let's look at the line spacing options. Okay, suppose here there is some particular lines. Okay, as you guys can see right over here, there are basically a lot of lines. So what I can do is suppose I want to increase the spacing between these lines from here. Okay, so in that case, I can come here and I can just check out these points over here. So here you guys can see those selected lines are getting spaced quite easily. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just increase the spacing. So this is the most you can do from these presets, which is 1 point till 3 point over here. And if you want to manually do that, then you can come here and basically from this paragraph option, which is indents and spacing, you guys can come up here, and what you guys can do is you guys can actually take care of the alignment from here. Okay, first off, you guys can actually check where do you want to align it. Okay, so if you want to align it to the left or to the center or to the right, you guys can do that. And after that, you guys can manage the spacing. Okay, so from here you guys can choose the line spacing and you guys can do that. Okay, and after that you guys can also set those things as default. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that, but for now let's take 1.5 over here. Otherwise, let's take 2. Okay, so I have taken 2 right over here. Okay, and here, if you want to add space before any paragraph, you guys will be able to do that here as well. Okay, if you do want to remove space before paragraph, you guys can also do that. And remove space after paragraph, you guys can also do that from here. So once you select a particular paragraph, you will do have this particular options which you guys can use if you don't want any. Okay, so here again, you guys are back at the same place. Okay, and if I do want to make this bold from here, I will be able to make things bold from here as well. Okay, so this was about spacing. Okay, so now let's come to this point. Okay, suppose if I come here and let's take this point right over here, and what I want to do is I want to actually decrease the indent. Okay, so if I click on this one here, you guys can see. Okay, and if you want to get this thing right here in this particular size, you guys can click onto this particular option. Okay, which is increasing the indent. You guys can basically increase the indent from this side. Okay, and now if you want to centralize this one, you guys can come here and you guys can basically centralize this one according to yourself. Okay, so here you guys can basically see now this is here in the basic center, and if you want to move it here on the right hand side, you guys will be able to move it over here. If you want to go back and move it to the left hand side, from here you guys can see you guys will be able to do that using this increase or decrease indent option. Okay, so this was about that. Okay, and suppose if you do want to add any borders, you guys can come here and you guys can add borders. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys can use outside borders. So this is how you guys will be able to add things up. Okay, so if you do want only a horizontal line, you guys will be able to get horizontal line. You guys will be able to draw tables. Okay, we do have a different class on table. If you want to view the grid lines, if you do have any, you guys will be able to view the grid lines. So those are basically used to get a good measurement. Okay, so if you guys have this one, that is quite a helpful one. Okay, so you guys can also use the grid lines to have a good idea about the sizing of the page. Okay, and suppose if you don't want any border, you can select no border as well. Suppose in this case, if I only select the bottom border, otherwise top border, I will be able to use those things here. If you are want to use the left border, the right border option, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of presets which I can also use from here. Okay, so now here, as you guys can see, now all this particular word which I selected is kind of here. Okay, so now if you come and if you try to increase the spacing, okay, so here you guys can see once I increase the spacing, automatically this particular box also is getting bigger. Okay, so I don't have to do it manually when I increase the spacing from here. Okay, so that's another option, and this is the shading option we will be learning later in the class. Okay, so this was about border. Okay, so in next class we'll learn about bullet and numbering. So we'll be learning about all these top options. If you do have a set of words, okay, how you guys will be able to number those things, how we'll be able to work in that. Okay, so these are some bullet points, how you will be able to do those things out. Okay, so you guys can also check out the spacing from here. Suppose if I come here, let me take this box right over here. Okay, and now what I want to do is I want to come here and I want to just put this thing again here in the center. Okay, so now let's come here and let's put this one. And sometimes what we do is when we try to write a resume, we will kind of write like this, and now we will use a colon. Okay, so now after that you will write ABC. So let me just write it down. And now what you can also do is you want to manage the spacing quite easily. Okay, so if you want to give any spacing in that case, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can use the tab from your keyboard. So if I just click on tab here once, here you guys can see the spacing. If you click twice, here you guys can click the spacing. If you click alt, okay, here you guys can go to another page over here. Okay, and if you just click back space, you guys can see again the same thing right over here. Okay, the same way if you just write age and after that use a colon over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can do that. Okay, and just to make these things better, okay, you guys can come here. Maybe I'll just go back. Okay, I will select the colon and now I will select tab. Okay, so let's go back again. And now I have selected this one and let's select tab over here. Okay, and age uh 15. Okay, so now I will select this one. Okay, select this column as well and select tab over here. So here you guys can see it's just not coming exactly over here. Okay, so in that case you can come here and just put up this one right over here. Okay, so now if I just come to this particular page, okay, and I will just delete this one over here again, and now I will just delete over here as well. Okay, so let me just write a name, then I will just put on colon. Okay, after that I will write ABC, then I will come down, I will just write age, I will just use the colon using shift. Okay, and 15 over here. And now let's select this thing up. And what I want to do is I want to come here and now I want to use tab. So this is how it actually looks better. Use tab over here again. Okay, so I'll just use tab again. Okay, so here this format looks quite better. Okay, just give a spacing. So now if you come down over here again, click on enter, DOB, so date of birth. So if I just write DOB from here, and now again, what you can do is you can come here and just click on tab and just use colon. And after that, give spacing and you can write 15th. And for TH, you guys can use the superscript over here, and after that you guys can write January. Okay, and now I don't need superscript. Okay, so I will just write January 2010. Okay, so you guys can do these things quite easily and can align it quite well like this. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on all of these things, how you can actually manage the spacing, the alignment. Okay, if you want to increase the spacing now from here, you guys can come here and just check out the spacing. Let's give a 2.5 spacing over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work. So hope to see you all in my next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. And keep on practicing what we're already learning here in our class. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, and here we'll be using bullets and numbering in this a particular application. Okay, so in last class we have learned about alignment. Okay, how you can align your paragraphs. Suppose if you do have a particular word, how you can align it to the left, to the right. Okay, a group of words here in the center, to bold it, to do it in italics. We have learned about all of that in our last class. So let's start learning in this class how you can actually use bullets and what are the uses, where all you can put those bullets and numbering in a Word file or in a Word document. So let's not waste time and let's get started with learning using bullets and numbering in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I do have a document right over here. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will just change the name of this document to bullets and numbering. So I will just write numbering over here. And what I'll do is I will just select the location. Where do I want to save this file? Okay. And now I will just save this particular file right over there. Okay. So here in last class, we have learned about alignment. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to write few words down. Okay. So let me just write one. So I'll just write two over here and three. So let's write again two, then click enter. Then I'll just write three here and I'll just write four and I will write 5 over here. So here you guys can see I do have 5 points right over at this particular place. Okay, so in last class, if you do want to decrease the spacing, I have told you guys about the spacing here as well. Okay, so basically from here you guys can see the line spacing. Okay, if you want to remove spacing before any paragraph, suppose I do have a paragraph right over here on top. In that case, I will be able to do that. So I'll come here and let's take a 1.5 spacing between each line. Okay. So the topics which we are going to learn today is this one, the bullets, the numbering. We'll also get to learn about the multi-level list. Okay. So now first let's start with learning with the bullets. Okay. So here, if I want to put some bullet mark over here, so first thing you guys can come here and just click here directly. And here you guys will be able to see the defaulted bullet mark which you have selected the last time while we're working will be selected. Otherwise, let's take this one for now. Okay, now if I just turn off this one and now again if I turn on, here you guys can see now I do have this bullet mark right over here. So if you come to this bullet point, here you guys can see if you don't want to put the bullet again, like if you changed your mind, in that case you won't be able to put any over here, and a lot of options are available right over here. So let's take this point from here, and now what I want to do is I want to change the list level. Okay, so suppose if I want to take this one to the right hand side, okay, I can just bring this here in the right hand side. And if I want to just select the indent, suppose if I do want to take it directly to the right hand side, I can come here. And again, I can come here at this point and just go back or just bring it here in the right hand side as much as I want. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to move these things around over here. Okay, so this was about changing the list level. Okay, and suppose you want to create a new bullet point. Okay, like you do have selected some icon. Okay, in that case you want to create a bullet point of yourself. So you guys will be able to do that from here as well. So just come here down, define new bullet, and just click onto that option. First thing what you'll do is you will just select the symbol. What symbol do you want from here? Okay, if you don't see that one, here are a lot of options from which you guys can choose from. So here you guys can see, suppose let me take this particular sign from here, and what I want to do is I will just click on OK, and this one is quite fine. So here you guys can see the bullet over here, and now I want to take it here on the right hand side. Okay, so I have taken this here on the right hand side. If you want to put up an image as well, suppose you want to actually put an image, like insert an image here and make some bullets. In that case, you guys will be able to do from here. Okay, you can browse those image and bring it over here in this particular option. but I won't do that for now. So I'll directly go to the font, and basically you guys will also be able to check the font type. Okay, so here you guys can see. So for me, what I'll do is I will try to take something bold. Okay, so I will just try to take something bold. So in that case, let's come here and let's take this bold option and let's select the size of this one. Okay, let's take 20. Okay, and if I want to give up any color, okay, I can also give some color to it. Okay, so I will come here in the font color option. So let me just take any colors from here. Otherwise, if you want to explore more colors, in that case, you guys can come here and you guys can check out the colors from here. Okay, and you can also select the color mode, HSL color mode or RGB color mode you want to use. So sometimes you guys can also get the color codes from many website. If you go to a website which is called the color gradient, from there you guys can actually get some colors. Okay, so let me show you guys that as well. Okay, I'll just click on OK for now. So here now I will just OK this one. So now let's come to my Chrome from here and let's type a gradient. Okay, so I will just type a gradient over here. And what I can do is I can just click on enter and let's come to this point called the gradient. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have many colors over here. Suppose from here I do like some color. Okay, suppose I like this color, and what I want to do is I want to select this particular color from here. Okay, so I will just take this color, and here you guys can see I do have the color code over here. So in that case, what I can do is I will just come here. I will just click on Control C. And once you click on Control C, now I will just close this down again. And now back again at my workspace, which is the words workspace. So come here, okay, to that particular point here in the bullets point. Come here, define new bullet, go to the font option, and from the font option what you guys can do is go to more colors, come here, delete this out from here and just click on Control V. Okay, so once you click on Control V, if you just click on OK, here you guys can see the color which I have selected from that app is being applied over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to get some colors. Okay, and here you guys can see. Okay, and from here also basically you guys will be able to select colors. So these are few of the standard colors which you guys can choose from. Okay, and if you want to customize it according to yourself, you guys will also be able to do that from here. So now once I'm done, what I'll do is I'll click on OK, and also I will click OK from here. You guys can basically see now I do have these points right over here. Okay, so this was about making a new bullet point. Okay, so now let's come to this point if you want to use numbering. Okay, so now let's come to this point and let's select all of this. And now basically if I want to do the numbering, I will just click over here. And last time as I have used this one, this is over here as well. Okay, so let's change this to this over here. And here you guys can basically see now I do have my numbering over here quite like this. Okay, so now again what I want to do is I want to actually define the number format. Okay, so in that case I will come here, and what I can do is I will go to font again, and in this one now I will just select a black color. Okay, and I will just click on OK and OK over here again. So again it's back at its original color. Okay, select all of these points right from here. Okay, let's select these points from here and just drag and drop this one. Here you guys can see. So these are few of the recently used number formats. Okay, so if you want to see it in the format of first, second, third, you guys will be able to do that. And here are different options. Like if you want to have number and it should be closed down with a bracket. Okay, you guys can select this one, and here you guys can see it will kind of appear like this. Okay, otherwise again you guys can come here, and after that you guys can also choose from Roman numbers and a lot of things as well. Suppose if I take the Roman numbers, and what I want to do is I want to change the list level. Okay, so I can come here and I can just select the list level from here. Okay, here you guys can list level 6, and this one is level 4 over here, and this one is level 9 over here as well. So here you guys can see I have gone to the extreme left hand side. Okay, so you guys will be able to do things like this using the change listing level. Okay, and from here, if you want to define new number format, you guys can come here and you guys can choose what type of number format do you need. Okay, do you want it to format as like in text, like first, second, third? Okay, or you want 1 0? Okay, you guys will be able to do this from here. Okay, if you want kind of like this, you guys will also be able to do that. Okay, otherwise you guys can come here and also you can put on your number format over here. Okay, so here you guys can see number format quite like this. Okay, 1 2 2. So you guys can actually select quite like this. So if you come here onto this point, suppose I want this abstract groovy. Okay, I will come here, maybe I will just select the bold option, and let's take this as 12. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll just click on OK over here. And now instead in this number format, what I can do is I can just give this thing a new number. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of options which I can use over here. Okay, and it is also aligned to the right. I will just click on OK. Here you guys can see I do have created a number style right over here. Okay, so this is about that. Okay, if you want to define new number format. Okay, and if you want to set numbering value, you guys can come here. Okay, and from here basically you guys can come and set value from here. Suppose what I want to do is from here I want to take from 101. Okay, preview, and if I just click on OK, so here you guys can see it starts from 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105 over here. So you guys will be able to do things quite like this. Okay, so this was about the numbering option. Again, let's go to this one. Okay, so I will come right over here. And now let's see this particular point, the multi-level list. Okay, so if I come here in this multi-level list over here, so here you guys can see I do have my current list. This is basically the list library. And also here also you guys will be able to define new multi-level list. You will be able to create new list style and also change this list level. So this is basically the same of how it was before, but here what happens is you will be able to have numbers. Okay, and also you'll be able to have some letters, and also you will be able to have some Roman letters as well. So different points. Okay, over here you guys can actually choose. So if I select this right over here, okay, suppose if I come to this points, and now what I do is let me just select this one over here, or let's come to this point. Here you guys can see you guys can do these things out right from here. Okay, so in that case, what happens is suppose if I come here, okay, and now I do have this particular heading underneath this one. Okay, so let's go back again. And now what I can do is if I just click on the enter option, here you guys can see I do have a space. And what I can do is now suppose I will write something over here. Okay, and let's come to this point and let's click on enter. And here also you guys will be able to write something. So what happens here is I do have a paragraph which you can call. I do have under this points right over here. Okay, so in this case, what you will be able to do is you can come here and you can just select all those things at once. Okay, so here in this case, you guys will be able to select all those things at once. Okay, and after selecting, you guys can actually check those things or change those things at once as well. Okay, so once you select this one, here you guys can see you guys can change this level. And if you want to define this multi-level format over here, there is the option from where you will be able to level new multi-level list over here. Okay, you guys can check out the font. Okay, you guys can check the number alignment, and here also you guys can check. Okay, how much it will be aligned at from here. Okay, let's take a point 2. Okay, and from here you guys can select the text indent at as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it actually looks right now. So now if you want to increase the spacing, you guys can just click on tab over here, and you can just increase that one over here. So let's go back. Okay, so now if I select any of this over here, suppose if I come to this indent option, if I want to change the color, what I can do is I can come here in the color option, and from the color option, okay, I will be able to change it from here. Okay, so let's come here and just come here and let's define new list style. Okay, in that case, if I come and from here, basically, I will be able to change the font type. Okay, so basically, you guys will also be able to change it from here if I just click on OK. So here you guys can see only I have changed this particular thing. But for that, what I need to do is I need to make sure that I select all of this. And what I need to do is I just need to double click here, and I will be able to change it accordingly. So now here, if I just come to these points, and now let's try to change the color altogether. So here you guys can see I have changed the color of the bullets altogether from here as well. And suppose all these points, what you want to do is you want to actually move it in one side, then select all of this, and you guys can use the right indent to move it on the right hand side. If you want to move it to the left indent or on the left side, use the left indent part over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this particular part on how you will be able to work on with the bullets and also the numbering and also the multi-level list over here. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. I hope you guys have understood this class. Till then, take care and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, and here I'll be showing you guys by changing the text background color in MS Word. Okay, so there are different ways of how you'll be able to change the text background color. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how you can change the text background color. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the MS Word. So now the first thing what I'll do is I will just create a new document. Okay, so here you guys can see I am here in the new document. So the thing which we are going to talk about is here you guys can see a basic icon over here. Okay, we can basically use that for shading. Okay, so from here, if I try to use this thing, okay, suppose if I just write good morning, okay, so let me just write good morning. And from here now, what I'm going to do is I am going to highlight this text up, okay, and after highlighting, if I come to this particular point, which is right over here onto the shading option, okay, so here you guys can see I will get this particular color in this whole line. Okay, but the same way if I come here and if I want to change the background color, here you guys can see I do have less options over here. Okay, and only this particular part is getting highlighted. Okay, so let's come and let's just clear this thing up. Okay, and let's open a document. Okay, a sample document over here which I have downloaded. So let's go to this option. Okay, and I do have this sample file over here, and let's open this up. Okay, so now if you want to put any background color to your text, okay, suppose if I come here and let me just select only this part, and what I can do is I can come here and you guys will be able to see that I am able to put the colors in the whole line. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to put this particular color in this whole particular line over here. Okay, and this is how you guys will be able to work. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to change the color of this whole paragraph according to myself. Whether what color do I want, it totally depends on me. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to add color. And you don't have to select the whole thing out over here. So if I just come down over here again, okay, suppose I want to give background color to this particular paragraph over here. Okay, so in that case I will just keep my cursor over here, and let's come here onto this particular point, which is known as the shading. Okay, so from here basically I will be able to give colors accordingly. Suppose the colors which are available right over here, okay, I don't like any of it. Okay, and I also don't like the standard colors. Okay, so in that case I will also be able to come here in the more colors option, and from the more colors option, okay, I can either choose from the standard. Okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of colors. Okay, whatever color do I choose, I will be able to pick from the standard one over here. And also they do have a lot of shades of black. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the dark black, and slowly it's fading. And if you want to turn it into white, suppose if you do have a black color, in that case if I come here and if I do want to put any white color, suppose you colored your whole page into some different color, suppose your whole page is in white or is in black. Okay, in that case you just want to highlight that particular area into white. That particular thing also you guys will be able to do from here. Okay, so that is basically the usage over here. And otherwise, if you do have any color, okay, if you do have any code, from here you guys can come and you guys can actually get those code out here. Okay, so if I just click on OK, so here you guys can see now I do have a shade of blue color over here. And now let me just select all this text up right from this point, and from here what I'll be able to do is I can just make these things bold. Okay, so here you guys can see this particular shaded part is coming in this particular color. Okay, and it became bold as well. So these are just dummy text. Okay, just a format which I am just showing you right now. Okay, and basically from here as well you guys will be able to change what type of font do you want to choose. Okay, so for that you can come here, select this one and come to this point, and you guys can select which kind of font you guys are looking for. So here you guys can see now I do have this font changed over here as well. Okay, but let me tell you guys the difference. Okay, so the difference over here is you will be able to work on with a particular set of paragraph. Okay, like if you want to change all the background of the text in a particular paragraph, or whether it be a sentence or whether it's a line, okay, you guys will be able to change that in a whole. But this is basically for highlighting. Okay, so if you come here, okay, and come to this point over here, so here you guys can see this is the text highlight color. Okay, so that means that suppose this is a particular word which you want to highlight in your whole sentence. Okay, so once you select this particular word, what you can do is you can just drag and drop, and here you guys can see there are not a lot of colors option available right over here. This is because they're showing you guys the colors which are mostly used, okay, by the professionals to highlight their text. Okay, so highlighting means that you will be able to notice that color easily. Something important is placed onto that particular place. So in that case, the best thing or the best colors which everyone use are this few colors which you can actually use to highlight your text. Okay, so let me just take a yellow. So this is how you guys will be able to work over here. Okay, so this is about the highlight point. Okay, and this one is basically for shading. Okay, a lot of option, and from here also you guys will be able to see what are the recent colors here which were being used. Okay, and suppose if I come here, okay, so let me just come here and now I want to change it. I don't want any color. Okay, so in that case I can come here, and what I can do is I can just go to the no color option as well. Okay, suppose if I just come here, or if I just turn it off, okay, I will also be able to turn it off from here as well. Okay, and also you guys can see if I do want only high contrast colors, okay, so here you guys can see I only do have the option for high contrast colors only. Okay, suppose if I choose this one. Okay, so let's come over here. Okay, let's come to this point. Okay, and now in this place I only do have the option for the high contrast colors only. Okay, and other places here you guys can see those are being uh, changed. And suppose from here what you want is you don't want any color, as I was telling, so you guys can just click on no color option, and your color which you had, it will just disappear from here directly. Okay, so now other options are also there. Okay, so suppose this one I have already told you guys, and suppose let's come to this point and let's select this one. Okay, and now what you want to do is you want to change the font color. Okay, so under the font color here you guys can see I do have a lot of color options over here as well, which you guys can choose. So okay, let me choose this particular blue color over here, and here you guys can basically see I do have the blue color right over here. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood the difference between shading and also text highlighting. Okay, so both are few different things. Okay, both have different options, and also it kind of works the same. Okay, suppose if I come here and let's select this frame out. Okay, if you want to give this a different go, you guys can come here and you guys can just give this a simple color here as well. So you guys can use that for a lot of things. Suppose you guys can use this for text highlighting as well, and also to color a whole paragraph. But here you will be able to text highlight, but you won't be able to change the whole color of the background as here. Okay, so it's kind of hectic. You just need to click over here, and now from here directly you guys will be able to change the whole color of the paragraph, as you guys can see. But in this case, if you want to use this one, first off you do have a very less option, and second off, here you have to mark the area to highlight it. Suppose I want to highlight this whole area, so here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to highlight. So from here you guys can select the default color. In that case you don't have to drag and drop this one and see which color you are going to take. So it's just preset from here. Okay, so suppose now I do have this color box over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to come over here, and now to this point what I want to do is, suppose let's just select this particular paragraph over here, and now I want to put on some boxes. Okay, so if you want to put the all borders here, here you guys can see I do have if you want to put some border only in the right hand side, here you guys can see I do have only border in the right hand side. If you want to go here on the left hand side, so basically here also you guys can actually put it here on the left hand side. Okay, and if you want to give this total border, so from here also you guys will be able to give this all borders from everywhere. And if you just want the outside borders, you guys will also be able to put some outside borders. And sometimes what you do is, what happens, we do have some tables. Okay, sometimes in Word we'll be learning about tables. We do have some tables, so in that case if you do want to divide your table with inside borders, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. So there are different options which you guys can use. So let's take this outside border from now. And what all you can also do is, if you just want some horizontal line, you guys can get some horizontal line here as well. Okay, so now if I come here and if I just place on draw table, suppose if I come now, I do have a pen over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I can also make some tables from here. Okay, so this table I do have it over here. So these are few of the basic options. We'll be learning about that in our next class. Okay, so now let's come to this point again. Okay, in borders. Okay, if you want to view your grid lines, you guys can come here and just work on with the grid lines over here. Okay, if you just want to move it up, you guys will also be able to move this accordingly from here as well. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to change the background color of a whole paragraph at once, and also about highlighting a particular text from that particular paragraph. And also I've just shown you guys about bordering, how you will use that. So in next class, we will learn about tables in detail, like how you'll be able to create tables according to yourself. We'll be learning about all that over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how you will be able to learn the table in our next class. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now this is chat number 5, and here we'll be learning all about creating tables in MS Word. Okay, so we'll be learning each and everything, how you will be able to create a table, how you'll be able to split those down, how you will be able to create the margins, if you want to add some rows or some columns, how you'll be able to do that, changing the background color, and all of it in detail here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning how you can create tables in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now again, I am here in the new document. So here in the new document, there are different ways of how you can actually create a table. Okay. So the first thing is you need to come here in the insert option. And once you are here in the insert option, here you guys can see just after this pages option, I do have the tables option right over here. Like on the left hand side of the pictures, I do have the table option. Okay, so what I'll do is if I do want to create a table, I can just click over here. Okay, and now I do have this particular things. So here you guys can see if I just put my mouse on top of these boxes, here you guys can see, okay, I will be able to create some things like that. Okay, so here you guys can see now this is basically called columns. Okay, like they're asking me like how many columns do I want to create. Okay, so these are basically columns, and the down, as long as I go down here, those are basically called the rows. Okay, so this is basically rows and column over here. Suppose at this point what I want is I want to create 3 columns and I want 5 rows. Okay, so this is one way. If I just now click over here, here you guys can actually see this particular place is basically the columns, and this one underneath is called the rows. Okay, so once you come over here, suppose if you do want to come here and check out all these options, here you guys can see. Okay, so total row option, if you want to see, if you just want to see the last column, the banded columns, you guys can mark all these points out here as well. Okay, so if I just close this option and banded rows as well, so here you guys can do that from here. Okay, so let's try to understand the basic things over here. Okay, so suppose if you come to this option, and what you want to do is, suppose let me just write over here some things out. Okay, so let me just write name. Okay, so let's write name, and after that let's come here, let's write roll number. Okay, so roll number, and now I will come here and I will just write phone. Okay, so phone number over here as well. Okay, so here basically you guys can see this is how you will be able to work on with all of this. Suppose now what you want to do is you want to change the spacing accordingly. Okay, so in that case what you can do is, suppose I just want the name column to be till here. Okay, so you guys can come over here and just come to this mid section. Okay, in that case what you can do is, here you guys can see once I do have icon quite like this, I can just hold this one and I can just drag it till the place where I want. Again, the same way if you come here. Okay, so if you come somewhere over here, you guys will be able to do the same thing. Okay, so here as you guys can see, if you just come here and just bring it or drag it, you guys will be able to do this from here. Okay, so suppose if I come to this one and if I want to change everything here in this row, okay, suppose I want to bring it in the center. So in that case, I can just come over here, and what I can do is I can come here and I can select this center option. And here you guys can see now I do have created or just bought all of these things here in the center. Okay, and from here also, if you want to change or make it bold, you guys will be able to make this thing bold over here. And suppose if you want to give up any colors, okay, so you guys can come here and also put on different colors at this point. Okay, so just come to the shading option, and from the shading option here you guys can see I do have a lot of options available over here. So here you guys can see I have just put on some color. Okay, and once I am here in this particular table option, here on top also you guys can see I do have the option for table design. Okay, so here this is the table design right from here. And now suppose what you want to do is you want to add some different rows. Okay, so if you want to add some different rows, what you need to do is suppose you are here. Okay, and now I want to add something just underneath this one. Okay, so before that, let me just put on some values over here. So let me just put A, B. Let's come down here and let's type C. And let's come here and let's type D over here as well. Select all of this and just centralize this one. Okay, so I will just centralize all of this and let me just give this thing a different color. Okay, so I can just come here from the table design option. If I want to give this thing a different color, I will be able to give this thing a different color from here as well. Okay, so now once you're done, let me just get this thing in a bold option as well. So here you come to the home page and just make it bold. If you want to increase the size a little bit, you guys can come here and increase the size accordingly from here. Okay, so basically this is how you guys will be able to put on some colors over here. Okay, and from here basically, as I was telling, you can just change this placing as well. Suppose for name, what I want is I want to increase this spacing right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do that. And now if you want to bring it in central, select all of this and just right click. Okay, and once you right click here, you guys can see this over here I do have a lot of options. Okay, so the first thing what you can do is you just can come over here and you guys can check the border styles from here. Okay, so basically I do have different border styles which you guys can use. Okay, if you want to insert, suppose you want to insert a row. Okay, so you want to insert a row just underneath the row you selected. So in that case, what you can come up here is you guys can select this one, and from here you guys can select if you want to insert rows just below this one. So here you guys can see now I do have a different row just underneath this one. Okay, so as I do have this particular color, so it just copied the same thing. Again, if I want to go back, I'll just click on Control Z. Okay, and now let's come over here onto this particular point. I want to add a particular column here. Okay, so in that case, if I come over here, and what I want to do is I want to create a column here on the right hand side. Okay, so in that case, just right click. Okay, and once you right click, what will happen is you will have all these options. So again, go to the insert option, and here they're asking you where do you want to add column. Okay, do you want to add columns to the left or do you want to add it to the right? So I want to add it to the right. That means that I'll select insert columns to the right, and here you guys can see now I do have the same option. Okay, suppose I want to add address, or I will just write date of birth. Okay, so let me just write date of birth over here. Okay, so I will just write this particular thing. And what I can also do is once I have selected all this thing out, okay, and for alignment also you guys can do a lot of things. If you just want to align it in a different way, you guys will be able to align it in a different way. If you want to increase the size from here also, you guys will be able to increase the size quite like this. Okay, so now if you right click, okay, from here you guys have the option, like if you want to just insert a cell, in that case you also will be able to add the or insert a particular cell. Okay, so once you click on insert cell option, okay, so they're asking you where do you want to insert it. Okay, so they're asking like, do you want to shift cells to the right, or do you want to shift that cell down? Okay, so I will just select this one, and if I click on OK, so here you guys can see they just inserted a piece of cell right over here where I did have this thing. So it just shifted this particular thing out over onto the right hand side, and now I do have a particular cell right over here. Okay, and there is, if I just go back, Control Z again. Okay, and here if I just come to these points over here, okay, here you guys can see if I want to select the whole thing out and want to create a box, this is how you guys will also be able to do this thing. Okay, so suppose if I want to create another column over here, I will be able to create columns right over here. Okay, so this is different ways of how you can do that. Okay, and at once if you want to suppose if you do have 150 rows in one place and you want to select the whole row, you just don't have to drag, you just can come here, and once you are here, okay, on top of that particular column, you guys can also see that I do have an arrow sign. So you can just click once, and here you guys will be able to see that I do have selected all the rows which I did have over here. Okay, so the same way if you want to select all the columns, okay, in that case you guys will be able to select from here as well. Okay, so suppose if I come here, okay, so if I want to select a column, I can do kind of like that. And again, if I come over here, okay, so I will be able to do that from here as well. If you want to select any column directly, okay, only that particular part, you guys can come here and select that. So if you want to edit this thing, you guys will also be able to do that right from here. Okay, so if I come here to the table design again, there are different table styles. Okay, so in that case you guys can come here and check out which particular style you like. Okay, so suppose if you come here and there are different plain tables which you can choose from. If you want to use some grid tables, in that case these are few of the great ones which you can use. Okay, suppose if I take this one, and now what I'll do is I will come here, and now this particular part, what I want to do is I will just select this. Okay, and now in this place what I am going to do is I am going to put on my color. Okay, like which color do I prefer. Okay, I will just off this one. So let me just take some light colors over here. Okay, so let's take this light color, and I'll just off this one. Okay, so here basically you guys can actually see that now I do have a great box over here. Okay, so now let's select this one, and let's give this thing black color here as well. Okay, and let me also change the font type. Okay, like I will just give this thing a bold again. Okay, select all of this. Okay, three of it I will just make it bold, and maybe I will give this thing a different color from here as well. Okay, something which goes on well, and something in dark. Okay, so now here you guys can see, now I am able to understand it properly. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular cell over here, and now I have modified this particular thing over here. Okay, so I do had a different style, but now what I did is I have modified this particular table style. So now if I want to save this particular style onto my table style, then what I can do is I can come here and I can just go here and come to this option. Okay, and now I can just save its name, okay, as my style. Okay, I will just save this one as my style. Okay, and I will be able to save it. Okay, and I can also check what type of font size do I want to use. Okay, and what type of line do I want to use. Okay, if I want to use this kind of line, and let it be 3/4. Okay, and let this color be automatic, and here also I will just don't I won't give any color over here. Let it be automatically over here. And here you want to also select like where do you want to align that. Okay, you guys can come here, and here you guys can see it will be aligned here in the center. And now once I click, this particular thing is here saved. Okay, so here you guys can come, and also you guys will be able to check out your option which you have just saved over here. Okay, so if you come here and if you want to select and modify this one, you guys can also come here, and you guys will be able to modify from here. Okay, suppose I will just go white again. Okay, so this is how you guys will also be able to modify the whole thing over here. Okay, so I'll just select the whole table. Okay, I can also select the name, and from here, okay, I will also be able to select normal table or table list 8 and all. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to change the whole thing out. Okay, so if you want to format things, okay, there are different options from where you guys will be able to format these things out as well. So I'll just cancel this thing over here, and here you guys can see I do have all these options right over here. Okay, so these are few of the border styles. Suppose what I can do is if I just select this whole thing out from here, I can also give some underline to it. I will be able to do that. But suppose once I'm over here, okay, and now I want to select the border line. So I will be able to select different border lines over here. Suppose I want to give some border line to it. Okay, so you guys can come here and just give some lines accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see with this particular slicer, I am able to give some border line over here. Okay, so let's come here. Okay, some border lines. Okay, let's select this part, and also here on top, I will give here. And now this particular place as well, I will give some lines over here. Okay, and in that case, if you want to use any other borders, you guys can come here and select all these borders up. Okay. And here is the border painter. And if you want to draw any borders, you guys can come here, and you guys will be able to draw borders as well. And if you want to draw tables, you guys can come here, and you guys will be able to draw tables accordingly the way you want. Okay. So it will be more visible, kind of like that. Okay, so you guys will be able to do this thing right from here. Okay, so let me select this one. Let me just create some line over here. Okay, so I have created this one. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make some lines over here. Okay, so I'll select this over here, and on top as well, if I want to make some lines. Okay, so here I will also be able to create some tables as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular options over here as well. Okay, so now let's come here again to the table design. Okay, so for the borders, okay, you can also choose what type of color do you need for your pen. Okay, so from here also you guys can choose the color. So say shading is the same option. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part about table. So now here also, now what I'll be able to do is now I will be able to create some cells like this over here. Suppose if I do want to give it some borders. So from here, I will be able to give some borders. Okay. So first what I did over here is I have put on some pen color to here. Okay. And now I have selected the border style. Okay. Suppose I want something in dark over here. In that case, I can come over here to this point, and now here you guys can see I can mark quite easily. Okay, so here you guys can see, and from here as well you guys will be able to make on some borders as well. Okay, so if you want to draw any table, so basically from here you guys will be able to make some tables. And suppose you want to make rows, okay, you guys will be able to make some columns right over here. Okay, and also few rows accordingly. Wherever do you want to put, you guys can actually put this thing. Okay, and now from here also, if you want to drag this whole column, you guys can come here and just drag this particular thing right from here. Suppose I do have this thing, and now what I want to do is I want to drag this thing here on top. So I will come here and I can just drag this here on top as well. Okay, so this option right over here, if I want to bring it down, I just need to hold and I can bring it down from here as well. Okay, so this is just some basic option about the table which you guys can actually use. Okay, so now let's try to understand. Suppose you want to merge two cells. Okay, like you want to merge this one and this one over here. Okay, so in that case, what you can do is you can just select both of this cell, and from here just right click, and what you can do is you can come here and just click on merge cells, and here both of these particular cells are being merged. Okay, so cells are basically this particular boxes which are over here. Okay, so these are boxes which are called the cells. Okay, and now let's try to see if you want to split any cell. Suppose out of this particular box only, what you want to do is you want to make it two parts. Sometimes when we go to some banks, okay, so in those banks, basically they do have a place where you do have to put your account number. So in that place, they will have small boxes. Suppose if I just come here and if I right click, and now what I want to do is I want to go to this option as split cells. Okay, so they're asking me number of columns, like how many number of columns do I need over here. Okay, so if I just give 2, and from here I will give number of rows 1. So here this particular thing is being divided into two parts. Okay, the same way if I come here, go to split cells, click on OK. So this is how you guys will be able to split cells from here. Okay, suppose here I want to make 3. Okay, so right click over here, go to split cells and number of columns. You guys can give 3 over here, and you guys can click on OK. So now I do have 3 parts over here, and the same way if I come to split cells, I will just take 2. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some studying boxes. Sometimes to create a document, we need to use all these things up. Okay, so these are few of the important points over here. Okay, so basically this is one. Okay, and now if I come here in the layout option as well, okay, from here also you want to just split any table. Suppose I will select this one, and now I want to split a table. So from here I will be able to do that. Suppose if I'm here going to the layout, okay, so if I want to split cells, okay, I will be able to split cells from here. Okay, so now if I do have this part selected, okay, suppose I do have all this part selected, and what I want to do is I want to actually split the table into two tables. So here I will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so I can just split those things up from here. Okay, and if you want to add some other rows over here, you guys will be able to add things quite like this from here as well. Okay, if I want to move it and just keep it here on top, okay, I will be able to move it and keep these things here on top as well, and move these things accordingly the way you want, and create your own designs, create your own border. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do these things over here. Okay, just keep this thing here in one side, and let me come over here and let me also put this thing here in one side. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to play around with this table, and anytime you guys can come here and actually paint the borders. Okay, and actually use this painter option. Okay, and from the layout option you guys can actually distribute rows and also distribute columns properly. Okay, and there is another option as alignment. Okay, suppose if I come here and I will just increase the size of the top row over here, and now let's select all of this particular text over here. Now what I want to do is I just want to align all of this here in the center. Okay, so in that case, now if I click on center here, you guys can see I have aligned it quite over here. Now let's just move this box. Okay, so here you guys can see in the alignment option over here. Now let's select this over here. Here you guys can see this is aligned here in the center. But the same way, what I can also do is if I come here and if I want to align it in the top center, then also I will be able to align it here in the top center. Okay, and basically from here, okay, I can also choose the text direction, like in what direction I will or have my text being written. Okay, so if I want to select different places, so this is showing me different ways. So this is from left to the right, and if you want it from top to down, you guys can do that. If you want it from down to top, you guys can also do that. And basically I will always use this text direction. Okay, you guys can also do these things out. And suppose you do have some tables where you have a lot of names, okay, and you want to align all of that by word. Okay, like all the names starting with A will come first and all the names starting with B will come second. In that case, you can always use this option by selecting all the cells, and after that if you just click on sort, here you will have options. Okay, so this is another option over here. And also I have told you guys about the merging cells. Suppose sometimes what happens is, like, I want to write a total. Okay, so I will just select both of these three cells, right click, and go to merge cells option. And now what I'll do is I will just write total. Okay, and after writing total, now I will just change the color. Okay, so from here let's just change the font color to something red. Okay, and now what I want to do is I just want to merge this here in the center. So now this is the total column which I do have over here. So this is how you guys can actually make a lot of things right from here. And if you want to delete any column, suppose if I come over here, and from here what I want to do is I just want to delete this particular thing. Okay, so I can come here and I can go to this delete option, and basically from here I can just delete all these cells and I can make a column according to myself. So I can come here and from here I will go to delete and I will just delete the cells. Okay, so here you guys can see once I've deleted the cells, this is only one I can delete quite like that. Okay, and here are also options from where you will be able to insert rows, insert columns. If you want to draw a table, you guys will be able to draw a table quite small like this as well. If you want to move it around, you guys will be able to move it around from here as well. If you just select this option, okay, just go for the selection cell. Okay, come here. If you want to drag and drop this one over here, this is how you guys will also be able to view these things up. Okay, so this is the draw option. If you want to erase anything, you guys can come here, and suppose you want to erase this particular part, you guys can come here and delete this particular part from here. Okay, now if you want to see a preview, okay, come to the print option, and from the print option here you guys can see the view of the whole table, how it will look once I print. Okay, so this is how it's going to basically look. So again, come to the workspace. Okay, so this is if you want to auto fit anything. Okay, you guys can come here. Okay, so you guys can actually auto fit this one here as well. Suppose you do have 200, 300 names and all. In that case, if you think that okay, the proportion is not that great, then you can just directly click on the auto fit option and it will just distribute things properly. So right now if I click over here and now if I just distribute rows, here you guys can see this have distributed rows for me quite well. And if I want to distribute columns, here you guys can see here they have distributed columns for me as well. Okay, so distributing rows and columns. Okay, so if you want to add any cell margins, you guys can come here and also add cell margins over here. Like at that particular place only you guys will be able to write your content. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this whole class on table, like how you'll be able to insert a table, how you'll be able to delete a table, and under delete how you will delete the whole table. Okay, suppose if I come over here and now what I want to do is I want to just delete everything, I can just come here and I can just click on backspace. Otherwise, come here on the delete option and you can just delete the whole table right from here. Okay, and if I just come here, if I just click on backspace, this is the shortcut. Okay, so again control Z to undo. So I will just select this particular table over here, and now I will just delete this table from here. Go to the layout option, go to delete, and delete the whole table right from here. Okay, so this is the option of how you'll be able to work over here with the tables, how you can make different table designs and also save it in your layout. And from here you guys will be able to distribute the table width and the height. Okay, so as you guys can see, the width is not perfect, but the height over here stays consistent. Okay, but if you increase it here, you guys will also be able to increase or decrease it accordingly. Okay, so if you want to decrease it, you guys can decrease it. Okay, so the same way, if you come over here, if you want to decrease it, you guys can. Okay, if you just select all of this all together, and if you want to decrease the size, you guys will also be able to do things from here as well. Okay, so now if you want to distribute the width from here, you guys can come here and you guys can check on the width over here as well. And if you want to put your content here in the center, make sure you select the center button. So see you all in the next chapter. Okay, so till then, take care and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on a chapter number 6, and here we'll be doing a project on making an invoice design. Okay, so till now, what all we have learned from this particular class. So using all of those things, we'll be trying to create an invoice over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started with the project on making an invoice design in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing before creating is you come here to the new document and open up a blank file. Okay, so you guys might be thinking what an invoice is. Okay, so invoices are basically like if you are printing any kind of bill in any sense. Okay, you are sending this bill to your client or for someone you're making that. Okay, so all those are invoices where you do have some financial agreement and you are just giving them the bill. So those are basically called the invoices. Okay, so it contains a bill to, bill from, okay, your company name, and also what is the invoice number, whichever date you're sending that. Okay, and you do have a table where you can actually put up all the things like to whom you're sending that bill and what are the cost is for what thing. Okay, the quantity of each thing, you guys can also do that from here. Okay, so let's start and let's try to make that over here. Okay, so the first thing what you will see over here is, let's come to Chrome and let's try to see few of the invoice templates over here. Okay, so here you guys can see once I click on the invoice templates, you do have a lot of invoice templates which you guys can look at. So from here only one of those, just a normal one, we will be trying to create. Okay, so let's come to this one over here, and here you guys can see I do have this particular invoice. Okay, so just take a brief look and try to just get a basic normal idea of what this is basically. So let's come here, let's come down. Okay, so here you guys can actually see that this is how you guys can actually make one. So here you guys can see this is the company name. If you do have a logo, you guys can also put on logo, and here at this particular table you will have all of your things. Okay, so you guys can actually use that. So we'll try to make one. Okay, so one of this we will try to make in the Word document. Okay, so I'll just cancel this thing out again back over here. Suppose the first thing what I am going to do is I am going to write. Okay, so as you guys saw, like I will just write my company name. So as I will just write Claire. Okay, so I will just write Claire Food Co. Okay, so I will just select this particular thing right over here. And what I can do is I can come here and I can just select what type of word do I want. But here also the same way, what I want to do is I want to write the invoice. Okay, suppose if I want to do the invoice right from here. Okay, suppose I will just write invoice number. Okay, and now I will just write 224. So in that case, now if I just select this only this thing, and now I want to align it here in the right, here also you guys can see this particular thing is also coming here on the right hand side. Okay, so now if I just keep this here on this particular left hand side, this particular thing is also moving. Okay, so instead of doing it quite like this, what I'm going to do is I am going to make some tables. Okay, So come here, go to the table option, and from this table option, what you can do is you guys can select this one. And now as I have made this table, now I will just write Clear Food Company. Okay, so I will just write Clear. Okay, so Clear Food Company. Okay, so I will just write this thing up. And now what I can do is I will come here, and now I will just write invoice number. Okay, so I will just write invoice number, use colon over here. Let's say 224. Okay, and now if I just select this particular thing, and if I want to get this thing on this other side, okay, I can come here, and here you guys can see this is how I will be able to put up these things right over here. Okay, so from here now, if I want to increase the size, okay, I will be able to increase the size. Let's check different kind of fonts over here. Okay, whatever fonts I can use. Okay, so let's select this particular font, as this is basically my logo. So let's come here and let's increase the font size somewhat like this. Okay, so let's select it to 28, and I will just change the company. And from here again, what I'll able to do is I can also increase this size from here. Okay, so now I will also increase the size, and instead of this particular font, what kind of font I can use is I can come here and let me take this one over here. If I want to change the font color, maybe in something dark blue, I can come over here and I can just start right over here. And in this particular case, now if I come here and if I try to split this cell, okay, as I do also have to put uh, this one, like I also do have to put the date over here. Okay, so in this case what I'll do is I will just select number of columns as 1, and number of rows I will select 2, and what I'll do is I'll just click on OK. So now here I will just decrease the size. Okay, so maybe I will come here and now I will just decrease the font size to 14. Okay, so I will just decrease the font size to 14, and now what I'll do is I will just write date. Okay, and I will write 22 slash 04 1999. Okay, so I will kind of put this thing like that. Here you guys can actually see now I do have this particular thing right ready over here. So this is the invoice number and this is the debt. Okay, and if I want to centralize this one, I will also be able to give up some good gaps here. Okay, so you guys can also use this. Okay, as I have just aligned it here on the right hand side, I can also do that. If you want to give on some bullet points, you guys can also use to give some bullet points. Okay, so but for me, I don't think that I do need the bullet points right over here. If you want to increase the spacing, you guys can come over here. Okay, you guys will be able to increase the spacing quite like this. Okay, so this one kind of looks good. Okay, so now I do have the invoice number as well as I do have the date of the invoice. Okay, so now if you come here and go to the print option, okay, so here you guys can see now you are able to see these lines. Okay, so we'll look into that particular thing here as well. Okay, now again I will go back. Okay, and now to just select this whole thing over here, now if I come to this point and if I just give no borders, okay, so now I don't have any borders to this particular place. Okay, if I come here onto the print option, so here you guys can see while printing I don't have anything as such. Okay, in this particular case. Okay, if I want to change this color, I will come here and I can come to this particular point. If I do want to put some effects, okay, in that case I will also be able to put on some effects over here. Okay, so let me just select all this again. Okay, and if I want to put out any outline, okay, so in that case I will also be able to put on some outlines accordingly. And the outline option, okay, so from here I will come to this option again, and the outline option I can select the weight from here. Okay, so let me take this one, and here you guys can see now I do have this outline option right over here. Okay, so let me just take this outline option. Let me just take a dark color over here, and here you guys can see now I do have my logo quite right over here. Okay, so now the next thing what I'm going to do is I will go to the insert option. Okay, and from the insert option again I will just go to the table. Okay, and from the table what I'll do is I want to draw a table right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have created a table over here. Okay, so I have created this particular table right over here. And now what I can also do is I can come here and I can just click this particular thing, and I will just select this particular file. Let's go to table design. Okay, and if you want to do some billing, in that case you guys will be able to do some billings over here as well. Okay, so now let's come to Chrome again. I want to find some random addresses. Okay, so I will just write random address. Okay, and I will just click on enter. Okay, so I will come here and what I'll do is I will just select some random address from here. So I will just go here and I'll select a few of the addresses. So what I can do is suppose I will take this particular uh thing right from here. Okay, and what I'll do is it's just taking a little time. Go to main, continue. So come to this point, or I will just go to another website from here. Okay, so maybe example of an US address. So what I'll do is I will come here and maybe I will just take this particular address from here, which is just a fake address. Okay, so I will just come here and what I'll do is I will select this one and I'll just click Control C to copy, and again come to this word option. And now what I'll do is again I will come in my home. Okay, so now I will just start typing. Okay, so now what I'll type is I will just type bill 2. Okay, and now just to make it bold that everyone else notices this one, I'll just make it a little bold, and maybe I will just give this a little more kind of like this. So again I will come down. Okay, and from here I'll write the Kingsley org. Okay, so I will just write this Kingsley org over here, and now I will come down and what I'm going to do is I'll going to click on Control V, and from here now I will select this part, and what I'm going to do is I am going to give this one a black color. Okay, if I just want to increase its size, I will be able to increase the size from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just put on this particular thing. Okay, I can just put address. Okay, so I will just write address over here and maybe just give a colon. Okay, give out a space over here. Now again what I can do is I can just come down and I can just select a phone number. Okay, so I can just select a phone number over here. Okay, and again the colon, and maybe I'll just write 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, and again come down over here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to give a email as well. Okay, so I will just give out a colon, and now let me just write this email out over here. Okay, so just let me just write abc at gmail.com. Okay, so here you guys can see this is kind of okay. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to increase the size of this one a little bit. Okay, so I will just increase this sign, and now I will just give this thing a different color. Okay, so now I will come here and maybe I will come and give this thing a different color over here, as this is the name of the organization. And the same way what I'll do is I'll just copy this one, Control C, and now I am going to paste this particular thing right over here. Okay, so now from here I will just write bill from. Okay, so I will just write bill from. Okay, and I will just write over here Clear Food Company. Okay, so I'll just write Clear Food Company. Okay, so I will just write the Clear Food Company over here, and address, let it be the same. And also you guys can also put your own email address. Okay, so maybe I can just put it the vice versa. Okay, so you guys can understand about this part over here as well. So in this case, now if you select this whole thing out, okay, and now if you want to give any color to it, okay, suppose if you do want to give any color, okay, you guys can come here and choose some colors accordingly. Okay, so maybe I will just give this thing a color quite like this. And in borders, what I want to do is I just want to give some borders here as well. Okay, so if I just want to give some outside borders, here you guys can already see. So I'll just come here in the file option. If I go to print, so this is how it will actually look. Okay, so what you can also come and do here is again just come down. Okay, and from this option you guys can come down over here, go to the insert option, and from here you guys can select a table which you want to make. Okay, so if you come to this insert option, go to the table option, and from here let's come to this point over here, go to table. And now if you want to insert any table from here, basically you guys will be able to choose the number of columns, okay, and also the number of rows. Okay, so let me just come here. I want to take four rows, okay, or like four columns over here, and I want to take maybe for rows as well. Okay, now what I'll do is I will just create this thing right over here. And what I can also do at this point is I will just come here. Maybe I'll just go back. Okay, just click on enter, give this thing a bit of space over here. Okay, I will come here down a little bit as well. Okay, go to insert option, go to this particular table. Let's take four columns over here, and now let's take three columns, and let's take four rows, or four columns, four rows over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have this particular thing right over here. Okay, so now what I can also do is I will come here, and now if I want to add any, I have already told you, I will just right click over here, go to insert, and what you can do is insert rows below. Okay, so here also I have inserted a row. Okay, so now what you will do is I will just write name. Okay, so if I want to increase the spacing, okay, I can also increase the spacing from here. Suppose I will come to this particular point. Okay, and from this particular point, now I want to increase the spacing. So I will just go to the layout option, and from the layout option what I can do is I can just increase the spacing quite like this. Okay, so now this is basically done. Okay, now I will just write the name. Okay, so again come to the home page option. Okay, and now from this home page option I will just write a food item. Okay, so I'll just write food item, and from here again I will come to this box. Okay, and now I will just write a quantity. Okay, so I will just write quantity over here, and now I will just write price. Okay, like price of one. Okay, so price of one, and from here I will come and write total. Okay, so I will just write total over here, and now what I want to do is I want to just align this particular place as well. Okay, so now in this option I'll just go to the layout option, and from here what I'm going to do is I am going to align it here in the center. Okay, go to the home option, and from here maybe I will just increase the size till 16, and I will just make it kind of bold. And otherwise I will come here and let me just take a different color. Okay, if I want to explore more colors, here you guys can also see I can just take this color and just click on OK. So here you guys can see now I do have this particular thing. And now what I can also do is let me just write a donut. Okay, I will just write donut, and let me just come down over here and let me just write pastries. Okay, and I will just write pastries, and I will just write coffee. Okay, So I will just write pastry over here in singular, and let me also write quantity. Okay, so let me just take 20. Okay, and let me just take 20 over here, and for copy let's take 40. Okay, so now the price of one here is $6. Okay, and here it's 7, and now for each coffee it's around $6 over here as well. Okay, so now what I'll do is the total here comes is 120. Okay, 120 over here, and now here as well what I'm going to do is I am going to put 140 over here. Okay, so I will just write 140, and now I will come here, and the all total over here is 240. Okay, so I will just select all of this right now, and what I'm going to do is I am going to first centralize all of this and maybe change the size. Okay, so I will just change the size to this one, and let's make this thing bold. Okay, and also I will come here in the layout option, and from the layout option I want to put it here in the middle. Okay, so now I do have this option here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a good thing right over here. I have made this particular thing, and now what I want to do is I will come to this one and again go to the insert option, and I want to insert another row here down. Okay, so to this row, what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here, and now I am going to decrease the size of this row, and now I'll select this 3 and just right click over here, and now after right clicking what I'll do is I'll just click on merge cells. Okay, and from here now I am going to write a total. Okay, so I'll just write total, and what I can do is I can just put on the total over here. Okay, so the total over here comes around something like 500, so I will just put 500 over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now this particular thing. I just want to highlight this particular box. So in that case what I can do is I can come over here and come to this highlight option. Okay, or come to this highlight point over here, and I can just use this thing as the highlight. Okay, so this is basically the total. Okay, if I want to put up this box over here, so let me just come here and select this box. Okay, instead of this one I'll come over here, and now let's select this particular box, and let's see what color you guys can choose over here. Okay, so let me just take this color. Okay, let's select this one over here, and I don't want to put any color. Okay, so here you guys can see, but here to this particular point, what I'm going to do is I am going to put a color in the background over here as well. Okay, so let me just put up a color over here. Okay, so let's come to this one, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular icon right over here as well. Okay, so come to this point. If you don't want any color for your text highlight, you guys can come here and select this option. Okay, so this was about that. Okay, so now let's come down, and what I want to do is I will just click on enter to come down. Okay, so in that case I will just write in word. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just write in word. Okay, so I will just write in word colon again, and let me just use my space button. Okay, if I want to come here and I will write 500 only. Okay, so I will just write 500 only over here, select this particular thing, and what I want to do is I want to increase the spacing. Okay, if I want to come over here, okay, and if I want to put this thing here in the middle, I will also be able to do this from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see if I want to increase the font size, I can also increase the font size from here. Okay, so here you guys can see I will just select this particular font size, and let me take a different font type. Okay, so let me just take this one over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually write. Okay, now again let's come here down. Okay, and now again I will come here and I will just decrease the sign. So here basically I want to give up any sign. So I'll just leave up some space for the sign over here. Okay. So now what I can also do is I can come here and now I can just write Mitchell. Okay. So Mitchell John. Okay. So I'll just write Mitchell John, CEO of CEO and founder. Okay, I will just write CEO and founder. Come down over here. Otherwise, take this thing here in a bit top. Okay, so maybe I'll just click on Control X over here. Come down to this particular place. Okay, and I will just click on Control V, CEO and founder. Come click on Enter, and I will just write Clear Food Company. Okay, so I will just write Clear. Okay, so I'll just write Clear Food Company over here. So I'll just write Clear Food Company and I can just put up the sign right over here. In this case, if I want to decrease it, I will also be able to decrease the font size from here. Okay. So let me just decrease it to 12, I guess. Okay, so I will just put it here in 12. And what I want to do is I will come here and maybe I'll align it here on this particular side. Okay, so now here I can just put on this one. And now if I just want to highlight this particular part, I will come here and maybe I will just highlight this particular part quite like this. Okay, so here I have highlighted this whole part. Okay, if I just only want to highlight this particular place, I can also come here. Okay, I can just choose this colors, whatever color do I want to put. So I can just come here and I can put all of these things accordingly. So here my invoice is basically ready. Okay, so here you guys can see this is just a normal invoice which you guys can actually make. Okay, so if I come here and if I go to the file option, okay, so from the file option, let's go to the print option over here. And here basically you guys can see this is the invoice which I have just made using the Microsoft Word. So the next thing what you guys going to do is you are going to save this file. So I'll just come here in the file option. Okay, and now I will go to save as. And if I do want to save it here in my PC, I'll just save it in my resource file. So now I will just name this one as invoice design. Okay, I will just name this as invoice uh, design. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to save this one as a PDF file. Okay, so I will just come here in the PDF option. And now what I can do is I will just come to this resource file over here. Okay, so I will just go to the desktop option. And from here, I will come to this particular place. And now I will just click on save. And here you guys can see this is my final result. Okay, of my invoice. Okay, so you guys can make this one a lot better. Okay, but I have just made a simple one right over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make a invoice over here in this particular place. I hope you will be able to make some of your own designs from here. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on this chapter number 7, and here we'll be working with images in MS Word. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you can export images out over here, how you can actually play around with all those images. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So now here you guys can see now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. And now from here, I am going to open up a file. So let me just browse it here into my system. Okay, so let me just come here onto my resource file. And from my resource file, I am going to open up a particular application. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular MS Word over here. Okay, so the thing what I am going to show you guys today, it's about image. Okay, so now suppose you want to import some images or some pictures onto your particular Word file. In that case, the first thing what you're going to do is just right beside the home option, I do have the insert option. And from the insert option, what I can do is I can just click here on this button. Okay. And after that, I do have different options. Like if you want to check out what are the stock images, which you do have over here. Okay. So using your net, you guys can basically download these stock images. Okay. And the ones, those who have this diamond icon over here, okay, you won't be able to download those for free. So for that, you just need to have one premier account. Okay. So if I just want to insert this image, I can click over here and I can actually insert. And here you guys can see I do have that particular image right over here. Again, if I come and if I want to delete it, then I'll just click on cut and I have cut that image down from here. Again, go to the insert option. If you want to search any online pictures, you guys can also come here, okay, underneath this one. And basically from here, you can actually search what type of images you want. Okay, you can just write it from here. Otherwise, you guys can also search from all these options. Suppose if you are searching for any images related to coffee. Okay, so you can just click over here. Okay, and you guys can see there are different images regarding coffee. So whichever you guys like, you guys can just get it down right from here. Okay, so this is another way. I can just cancel this one. And suppose the image which you want to insert over here, you already do have that thing here in your system. So in that case, you guys come here in this device option. And from here, as you guys can see, I do have a few images. Okay. So what I can do is I can just insert those images right from here. Okay. So if I just zoom out a little bit. Okay. So let's see this image right over here. Okay. And let's zoom out a bit more. And now here you guys can see, now I do have this particular image just on top over here. Okay, so now if you want to decrease the size proportionally, okay, of this image, so in that case I can just click from here. Okay, so in that case I will be able to click this from here. Okay, from the sides. Okay, but if you don't want to do it proportionally, if you don't want to change the size disproportionately, okay, in that case you can just do it from the sides. Here you guys can see the proportion of that image is actually changing. Okay, so now I will just decrease its size quite like this. And again, what I'll do is I will just zoom in here again. You guys can see now I am not able to move this image wherever I want to move. Okay, so if you want to move down your image the way you want, in that case, you can come here in the text wrap option. Now, as this one here is in line with text, so just choose anything which is underneath this in line with text. Suppose if I just take on the square option, okay, so I can just come here and maybe I will just decrease its size. And what I can do is I can just put it anywhere here on the sides. Okay, so I will be able to insert images quite like this. Okay, and you will be able to move around those images as well. Okay, so again, let me come here in the text wrap option and I'll just select with line. So let's see what all you guys will be able to do with this images right over here. Okay, so suppose I do have this particular image. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I do have this particular image on the left hand side. So here you guys can see I do have a lot of preset options which you guys can use. Okay, so let's come here and let's check those things out. Okay, suppose if you do want to put any simple frame which is in white color, here you guys can see you guys can basically put that over here. Okay, if you want to put another bevel matte white frame, you guys can do that. And over here also you guys can see some metal frame settings is over here. So these are few of the preset which you guys can actually use while working over here. Okay, so let's take this one for now. Okay, so this is the basic way of how you will be able to work on or put images over here. So now once you do have this image, so there is another option which is called the remove background option. Suppose in this image, if you want to remove the background, you guys can click over here and basically you guys will be able to remove the background directly from here. Okay. So now let's come to this other option. So once you have selected this image, if you do want to give this thing a rotation, you guys can see this icon right here on top. If you want to give this thing a rotation, here you guys can see you will be able to give this thing a rotation in what side you want. You guys will be able to do that. Okay. And if you come to this corrections option, okay, here you guys can see if you want to sharpen your image, or if you want to increase the brightness, or suppose here you want to decrease the brightness. Here there are a lot of options which you guys can choose from. Okay, so there are other picture correction options as well. So manually, if you want to do, not from the preset, suppose if I just want to increase the sharpness, I will be able to increase the sharpness quite a bit from here. Okay, so here you guys can see I have increased the sharpness to quite an extent. And again, if I want to decrease it, I will be able to decrease the sharpness from here as well. And there are other options as well. Okay, if you want to increase the brightness a bit, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase the brightness. If you want to increase the contrast, you guys will be able to increase the contrast over here. Okay, so these are few of the options. If you want to choose from this presets, you guys will also be able to use it from the preset. And suppose you guys were changing things manually over here, but now what you realize is that no, I don't want it. Okay, the way how it was before, I want the same way. So in that case, you guys just can come here and you guys can just click on this reset option. Then again, this one is back at its original position. Okay, the way it was before. Okay, so it was about the color correction. If you want to sharpen it, if you want to soften it. Okay, so here you do have the percentage. Okay, so if 50% soften down, and here 25% soften down, 0% sharpening. Okay, so a lot of options which you guys can choose from. Okay, and afterwards here you guys can see there are a lot of option for coloring as well. Like if you want to change the saturation, if you want to change the tone over here, okay, if you want to recolor this whole frame out, okay, you guys will also be able to do that right from here. Okay, if you want to see more variations, you guys can also make your own variations using all of these colors over here. Okay, and if you want to create any transparent color, in that case, you guys will also be able to make some transparent changes over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have made some transparent changes right over here. Okay, so now let's come to this point. Okay, so from here, you guys will be able to change the picture color. Okay, basically, you guys will be able to change the temperature. Okay, so once you increase the temperature in any image, it goes on to somewhere in the orangish or the yellowish coloration. And if you decrease the temperature in your image, in that case, what happens is it just goes on the bluer side. Okay, so make sure that when you're working with coloring, whether it's in MS Word or any other software, the temperature option kind of works like this. Okay, and there are a few options if you want to recolor it. Okay, so these are a few of the things which you guys can work with. And also there are different effects which you guys can also use over here. Okay, so suppose if I just select this particular option, so these are few of the artistic effects. Okay, and from here, if I do want none, then in that case, again, I have to come over here, and now I just need to click on this reset button. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the reset option right over here. Okay, so I can use that from here as well. Okay, so now here you guys can see again this image is being reset. Okay, so here also there are different options for transparency, like how much percentage do you want this image to be transparent. Okay, and also you do have the option of transparency from here as well. If I just come down, okay, so basically from here you guys can see picture transparency option. Okay, so if you want to do it manually, you guys need to come here and go to the last option of any of these three into the adjust panel. Okay, and whenever I'm creating or just selecting any image, suppose if I come here and if I select this particular paragraph over here, see I don't have an option which is called the photo edit option. But if I come here you guys can see I do have the option for picture format. Okay, so make sure that you guys select the picture format and try to work over here. Okay, and if you want to compress the picture, you guys will be able to compress the picture over here as well. Okay, and from here, basically, if you want to change this image, suppose this position and each and everything is fine, but what you want to do is you just want to change the image in the same place, in the exact place. So in that case, you guys can come here, go to this device option. Okay, otherwise, if you were from wherever you want to get those image, if you are looking to bring an image from online or from stock images or even any icons, you guys can come here and just click on this particular option right over here. Okay, so this was about that, and this is about all the preset options which you do have. Okay, and now here I can also work on with the picture border and picture effects from this panel as well. Suppose here in the picture styles you do have a border, so now you want to change the color of this border from here. Okay, so I will just take this color, and here you guys can see the border color is being changed from here. And what all you guys will be able to do is you guys will be able to check on the width. Okay, so if you want to check on the width over here, you guys can come here in the width option, and from more options right over here, what you can do is you guys can select what kind of style do you want. Okay, if you want it to be in sketch style, or do you want it to be in straight lines. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that. And from here also you guys can actually change the width the way you want. Suppose I will take somewhat around 15. Okay, so just let me write 15 over here, and let's click on enter. So here you guys can see now the width of this frame is 15 exactly over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work on with this option. Okay, again, come to this picture border. Okay, and now what type of lines do you want? Do you want a round dotted lines? Then you can select this one. Okay, so if you select this, here you guys can see the effect. Okay, select this image again, go to the picture border, and from the dashes option, what you can do is you can just explore more of it over here. Okay, so I'll just take the straight lines how it was before. Okay, so this was about this thing. Okay, and also if you want to add some shadows and all, okay, so there are different options over here as well, like the presets. And if you don't want to work with the preset, go to the shadow option, and from the shadow option you guys can come here and also change the transparency. You guys can change the level of blur. You guys can basically select the angle over here. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that from here. So let's check some of the options from here. Okay, if you do want to have here in the bottom. Okay, so here you guys can see the blur level is 4%. Okay, so you guys can also choose a preset, and from that preset basically you guys will be able to change those things out. Okay, so this was about the picture effects. Okay, if you want to do some 3D rotation, okay, so here you guys can see how it will actually look. So here there are different options right over here. So you guys can basically choose from all this from here. Okay, and if you just want normal, you guys can click here and go to the normal option. Okay, and if you want to put some glow and stuff, okay, you guys can come here and maybe just put on some glow over here on the sides. Okay, and again, if I want to give any blur, okay, you guys can come here and maybe I can just change the angle and the distance from here. Suppose I want to increase the distance. So here you guys can see I have increased the distance from here. If I want to increase it more, I will be able to increase more. And here you guys can see now this is the shadow which I do have over here. Okay, and now I can also change the angle. Okay, so here you guys can see I have changed the angle over here as well. Okay, so if I just decrease it to 90% again, so here you guys can actually see the small shadow which I do have just underneath this image here as well. So this was about picture effects. Okay, and from here basically you will be able to change the position. Suppose you want to change the position of this image, you guys will be able to change it. Okay, so now let's come here and let's see what this wrap text all about. Okay, so I'll come here in the insert option. So for that, first I will come here, this device, and from here, let's take this image and let's insert this image right over here. So I will just decrease the size of the image proportionally, and now go to wrap text option, take this square option. So from here, whenever I am trying to put on this image, okay, so let me just zoom in over here. Okay, so here you guys can see whenever I just put this image here in between sentence, okay, and if I just increase the size over here, okay, a little bit, let me just bring it over here down. Okay, decrease the size from this end as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have wrapped this text around over here. Okay, so that means that I don't have any word. Okay, so I don't have any kind of words right over here. Okay, you guys can basically come to this particular point and you guys can actually see that I do have this particular image right here. Okay, so my image is not coming in on top of this particular things or this particular letters. Okay, and there are a lot of ways to do it. Okay, so suppose let me come here down. Okay, let me just come here. Let's come down. And here at this point, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the insert option, select the picture option from here, and I will just come back. Okay, let's come and look at my download files. Okay, so I do have this PNG file right over here. So here you guys can see I do have a PNG file, and what I'm going to do is I am going to decrease the size of this particular PNG file right over here. So let's take a look. Okay, let's bring this one. So for that, come here, square. Okay, and let's try to remove the background out of this image. Okay, so I will just select, mark the areas to remove. Okay, so maybe I will just select this particular area. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I will just select this part over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to remove this particular place. So now again, I will just click on keep changes. So now here you guys can see now I do have a PNG file right over here. Okay, the same way if I want to get this thing right down. Okay, so I will just come here and bring it down over here. Okay, and let's bring it here in the center. So here, once I bring this thing here in the center, and now here you guys can see I do have this image over here. Now let's select the title option. And once I've selected the title option, here you guys can see this is just selecting only the main areas. Okay, but it's not just coming underneath this one, but it is just understanding the shape of the image, and it is just putting on the image accordingly over here on top. So this was about the title option. If I go to the thorough option, so here if I just move, okay, so here you guys can see I can just keep this thing here in one side. Okay, so this was about the thorough option. Okay, and now if I just come top to bottom, okay, so here you guys can see now I can either keep it here on top, otherwise I can just keep it here in the bottom. So this particular place will be just all blank over here. Like if I just want to move it around here in the center, I will also be able to do this thing right over here as well. Okay, if you want to make any changes, go to the picture format option. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that. Okay, so this was about the text wrap option. Okay, so here if I want to get this image just behind text, okay, in that case also I'll be able to increase this one, and now I can just increase its size from here. I can just bring it behind the text. Okay, and if you want to bring it in front of text, here you guys can see I can also bring it in front of the text as well. And from here, if you want to edit the wrap text over here, okay, so here you guys can see these are different points using which you can choose where all your words should come. Okay, if you want to do it manually, you guys will be able to do it manually, as I do have these points. So to use these points, you just need to click over here, okay, and just increase the points from here. Suppose as you guys can see the way I'm doing, okay, you guys will also be able to do these things from here. So by default, okay, this PC or this particular application recognizes the outside part of the image. So according to that, they just gave you the points over here, and you guys can choose from here accordingly. So this was about that over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part. Okay, if you want to bring it, like suppose if you do have two or three things at the same place. Suppose if I just come over here and now if I just put some other things over here on top, in that case I can actually use this option of bringing forward, bring send backward. Okay, so if I send this thing backward, okay, now if I just come here, okay, so here you guys can see as if I just off this particular text wrap in line effect. Okay, so now if I just come here, okay, let's come down a little bit. And now if I just try to bring this one, okay, if I want to take this backward, I will also be able to take these things backward here as well. Okay, so behind text option and send backward, okay, this kind of works the same way. So this is how you guys will be able to bring your things backward here as well. Okay, so again, what I'll do is I will just move this thing further up. Okay, so I will just move this thing further up over here. If I want to decrease the size, I will be able to decrease the size from here as well. Suppose if I come here again, go to the insert option from here, I will take this another image. Okay, so now let's come to my resource file. Let's take this image and let's insert this particular image over here. Okay, so let's come to this option, go to text wrap, go to square. Okay, so let's come down onto this particular point, or let's go down to another frame over here. So what I want to do over here is I want to bring this thing down. Okay, so I will just bring this thing over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this image. And now what I want to do is I just want to crop this image down. So basically I can come here and here you guys can see I do have the crop option. So basically from this end, you guys will be able to crop this thing down. Suppose if I come over here, okay, so if you want to crop this thing from this side, okay, you guys will be able to crop it from here. Okay, if you want to crop it from this side over here, you guys will be able to do that. Make sure that when you're cropping, you guys are cropping it properly. Okay, so once you have this kind of icon, make your mouse hover around this kind of icon and you'll have that particular cropping effect right over here. So here, just crop this thing up. And once you're done, you guys can just click on enter. And here you guys can see you have just cropped down the image quite easily. So this is how you guys will be able to crop this image down. Okay, so again, go to the picture format from here. Okay, and if you want to crop this according to any shape, okay, suppose I want to put this thing here in this one. So here you guys can see I have created a shape right over here and my picture is just cropped inside that. So the same way you guys can select all these shapes around. Okay, so here you guys can see. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually put out your images. Okay, and basically these are few of the options from where you will be able to change the width and the height. Okay, suppose if I want to increase the width from here or the height from here, I can increase the height. And basically from here, if you want to increase the width of the image, you guys will be able to change the width of the image right from here as well. Okay, and basically if you do have any aspect ratio, okay, in that case you will be able to directly crop down the image according to that aspect ratio. Okay, and this is the fill option. Suppose if you do have a small image and you have selected a big particular area, in that case it will just fill that whole area with this fill option. If you want to fit your image, you guys can actually fit out your image right over here as well. Okay, just click on enter and here you guys can see this is about the fit option. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create this. So let me just click on to the delete option. Okay, let's come here and let's delete this thing out here as well. Okay, if I want to put it over here, you guys will also be able to put things right over here as well. So this is about how you can actually work with the pictures over here. So I try to make you guys understand each and everything related to pictures over here in this particular chapter. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, till then, take care and goodbye everyone. See you all in my next chapter. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of MS Word Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8 and here we'll be creating a watermark in the MS Word. Okay, So basically, I'll be telling you guys what a watermark is and what are the different ways of how you will be able to create a watermark in your Word document, okay, behind your picture, okay, behind each and every of your word. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on creating a watermark in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So from here, the first thing what I am going to do right now is I am going to open up a new document. Okay, so I'll just come here, go to this PC option or just browse it. Okay, and I do have a sample document here on my downloads. And here, as you guys can see, now, when I just opened up here, you guys can see this is the Word document, which I do have. It contains a lot of pages right over here. Okay. But the thing what I am going to show you guys is how you will be able to put on uh, watermark over here. Okay, so let me just tell you there are few different ways of how you'll be able to put up a watermark. First, if you come here onto the layout option, okay, so from the layout option also, like, you do have some options for putting on some watermark over here. Okay, so let's take the designs over here. Okay, so yeah, it's in the designs option. So here, just after, just beside the color, page color option, okay, so you do have this watermark option right over here. Okay, so there are different options which you guys can choose from. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put on some of these watermark. Okay, so watermark are basically some of the designs which you just put on back of your image. Okay, so once you do have any kind of certificates or any kind of important document, in that case you guys will see there is kind of a watermark on the back of that page. So what it does is it actually allows uh, no one to actually tamper with that. So tampering basically means that it won't let them create, or suppose if your name is written, no one will be able to easily come and delete your name from there, move those things down and put another name. So it will be quite hard for them to do that particular thing over here. Okay, so that is about watermark, and I'll be showing you guys now how you will be able to do that. Okay, so first let's see with the insert option over here. Okay, so let's come here in the insert option. Okay, so once you come here in the insert option, so let's look onto this option first over here. Okay, so let's come to this picture option, and in last class I have showed you guys how you can put on some pictures over here. So now I will just directly go to the pictures and let's try to get on some pictures right over from my online pictures option. Okay, so let's come and search for some online pictures over here. Let's see what all do we got over here. Okay, and I'll try to put on some images just on top of this one. Okay, we'll try to make some watermarks using this online pictures over here. So it's just taking some time to load. We'll just wait for some time over here. So here, basically, you guys can see now I do have loaded all those images up, and now I do have these online pictures. Okay, so let's take some of the airplane pictures right from here, which I am going to add. Okay, so let's take this image and let's try to insert this particular image right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I have added this particular image right over here. Okay, so the first thing what I can do right over here is if I come to this particular image, okay, let's go back. Okay, so now let's come here again. If you want to insert again, come to this option, go to online pictures. Okay, and maybe let's take some different images. Okay, let's take this one and let's come over here and let's insert this image. Okay, so it might take some time because when you're taking some online images, in that case, what they do is it just downloads that image first and it tries to copy it here in your timeline. So sometimes it takes time. Okay, depends on the size of the image, depends on your net speed and all stuff. Okay, so we'll just wait for some time over here as well. So now basically you guys can see now I do have imported this particular image right over here. Okay, so to make this one as watermark, okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I am going to go to the wrap text option. And what I can do is I want to bring this one behind. Okay. So in this case, now what I can also do is if I do want to increase the image size. Okay. So here you guys can see I am able to increase the image size from here. And what I can also do is I can come here in the brightness option and basically I can just choose the level of brightness what I want. Okay, so if I just want to fade out this color, if I want to take a brightness of 10, I can select this one. And basically here you guys can see now this one is kind of faded out. Okay, so the same way you guys can come here and select and just go to the normal option. And also you guys can choose on the contrast. Okay, and you guys can do that. Okay, so here if you come, okay, and if you just want to make this one in a grayscale, okay, come to this recolor option. Okay, so you guys can use a lot of option like the washout option. Okay, if you want to get a grayscale one, okay, you guys can come here, select the grayscale. Okay, and if you want to set transparent color, you guys can also do that. Come here in this particular option if you want to see this one in a washout color. You guys can come here and also choose this thing right from here. Okay, so this is another way of how you will be able to make some watermark over here. Okay, so under this particular format here you guys can see. Okay, so now if you want to see the preview, okay, I'll just come here on the print option. Okay, and from the print option here you guys can basically see just underneath this text I do have the watermark over here. Okay, so now if anyone tries to just duplicate this particular page over here, it will be quite hard for them and it's not kind of possible. So if they're trying to copy that, first they have to make that watermark. So if they have that particular watermark, then they're able to make a duplicate copy of this document right over here. Okay, so this was one way of how you can actually insert an image from here. Okay, and after inserting, how you can come here in the picture format option, and from there basically how you will be able to create a watermark. Okay, and also they do have a lot of option like if you do want to add some shadows and stuff, okay, you guys can come here and also add some shadows and stuff, and totally depends up to you. Okay, so it actually depends up to you over here. And basically from here you guys can actually select the shadows at which angle it will move. Okay, so if I just want to take this kind of down over here and on the right hand side, let's take on top a little bit. Okay, so now this kind of looks good right over here. Okay, and if I want to increase the size, okay, I can come here and increase the size a little bit from here as well. Okay, so this was about that. Okay, let's come here into the home page option, and from the home page option again what I'm going to do is I will go to the design option. And right now let's come to this particular page over here. Okay, so let's come to this point right over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put on some watermark right over here. Okay, so there are different options. Okay, if you do want to have this particular thing in your background of your page, here you guys can see I do have this particular watermark. Okay, and if you don't want this one, you guys can come here and select the remove watermark option, and here you guys can see your watermark for now is basically gone. Okay, So this was about the watermark, and there are a lot of presets which you guys can choose from. Okay, this is sample, ASAP. Okay, so a lot of things from here. Okay, you can also export more watermarks from office.com. Okay, you guys can actually download a lot of watermarks according to yourself. Okay, and I have told you, if you want to remove that one, like if you want to remove any watermark, you guys can come here, go to the remove watermark option. And from there, basically, you guys will be able to remove your watermark. Okay. So suppose if you want to make any watermark for yourself, okay, which is quite the important option right here. So just come here in the custom watermark option. And basically what you'll be able to do is you will be able to scale this thing accordingly. Okay, so if you come here, if you want to use a text watermark, first thing what you're going to do is you are going to select the language from here. Okay, a set of language are over here, you guys can basically choose from here, and whatever language you want to choose, you guys can choose from here. Okay, and after that you guys can actually put on the text over here. Okay, so let me just write the Daily Mail. Okay, so just let me write the Daily Mail over here. Okay, so I will just write the Daily Mail. And what I'm going to do is I am going to put on some font type. Okay, so basically from here, you guys will be able to choose from a different options. Okay, you guys can come here and can choose from here as well. And you can also select the size. Okay, so if you do want to decrease the size to an extent, you guys can come here and put on some styles over here. And basically from the color as well, you guys can also choose some colors from here as well. Okay, and how you want your layout to be. Do you want it to be diagonal, or do you want it to be horizontal? Okay, and in this case, how you want your color to be. Okay, do you want it to be semi-transparent, or do you want it to be fully how the way it is right now? Okay, so you guys can also do that particular thing right from here as well. Okay, so now if you want to apply this one, okay, you guys can just click on apply. Okay, so here you guys can also put it diagonal, or if I do want it horizontal. Okay, let's see once I put it in horizontal how it actually looks. So now let's come here and let's give it a 54 size, and let's see by applying over here. Okay, let's come here and let's increase the size to 66. Let's click on apply. So here you guys can see I do have that particular thing right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be apply some text watermark. Okay, you guys can also choose different font size. Okay, different color. Okay, let me just select this color right over here, and what I can do is let's select apply. And here you guys can see now I do have a semi-transparent color. Okay, instead of semi-transparent, if I just click here, you guys can see the watermark is more darker. Okay, but in case of putting any watermark, make sure that you use the semi-transparent option. Okay, so semi-transparent actually fades in a little bit. So for watermark, it quite looks great. Okay, so once you're done, once you see okay everything is fine, what you can do is you can just click on this OK button. Otherwise you can just close this thing down. Okay, so now again you guys can just come down over here. Okay, suppose all of these pages I have applied this particular watermark. Okay, I have just changed in one page, and automatically how many pages do I have over here in this document, that particular watermark is applied. Okay, so the same way if I come here, okay, and now again you want to put another watermark, so again go to the custom watermark from here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to put picture watermark. Okay, so I'll just scale it to the auto size. You guys will be able to scale it to 100%, 150% of the image size. Okay, first thing I will come here, and what I'll do is I will just select the picture. Okay, and I will select work offline. Okay, let me come to my resource file right over here. Let's take this image and let's insert this image right over here. Okay, and once you have inserted this image right over here, okay, you guys can select, okay, the auto size, and what you can do is you can just wash it out. Let's see and apply this thing. Okay, let's just come down, and what you can do is here you guys can see on back I do have applied the image. Okay, so here you guys can see I have applied the image here on every part. Okay, so here you guys can see on back of all my pages I do have applied a watermark of the image which I have selected. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work over here. Okay, if you come here into the watermark option, if you want to custom the watermark, you guys can also custom the watermark. Okay, if you don't want the washout one, okay, you guys can see now this one kind of looks more darker. Okay, you guys can come here and just close this thing, and here you guys can see the image right now which I do have over here. It's a bit darker than the one which I had earlier. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to add some watermarks, and from here basically you guys will be able to change the total page color. Okay, so if you want to use different page colors, see, you guys will be able to change the page color of all the pages at once. Okay, so this was about the page color. And if you do want any page borders, okay, suppose this particular box, and here, where do you want to apply it? To the whole document or into a particular section? Okay, suppose if you do want it in the first page, in that case you guys will only be able to select the first page only. Okay, and if you want to apply it all the pages except the first page, you guys can also do that. Okay, so let me just put on whole document. Okay, and let me select the color over here. Okay, so let me just select this particular color, and let's take a width of 4.5. And what I can do is I can just click on OK. So here you guys can see all the documents which I do have over here now already do have some border. Okay, so this is the page border option. If you do want to use some 3D page border or shadows, boxes, none, okay, you guys can also do that. If you want to do some shading and stuff, you guys can also do it from here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to work on with the watermark over here. I have explained you guys about these presets. Okay, how you will be able to custom your watermark. If you want to remove your watermark, how to do that. Okay, how to add shadows to it. Okay, and also using the insert option from these pictures. Once you get your pictures over here, after that how you will be able to work on creating a watermark from that, I have also explained you that over here as well. Okay, so in next class we'll learn about how you will be able to do a project of making a letterhead. Okay, suppose once you are trying to send a letter to someone, okay, suppose you do have a particular company, in that case you always do have a letterhead. Okay, so I will be showing you guys how you will be able to make a letterhead, and we'll be also learning about the header and the footer at the same chapter. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, and here we'll be doing a project on creating a letterhead. Okay, so basically letterhead you guys will be able to make using the header and the footer. First, I need to make you guys understand what a header and the footer is, and also how you will be able to design those accordingly. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter, as well as we'll be doing a project on creating a letterhead. I'll be showing you guys in detail how it actually looks. How will you start making this one over here? So let's not waste time and let's get started on the project on creating a letterhead in the MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so the first thing what you're going to do is you're going to take a blank document, and now let me just name this particular document as a letterhead. Okay, so I will just rename this one as the letterhead design. So I will just name this as letterhead design, and now I'm going to just save it somewhere over onto my MS Word resource file. Okay, again, I will name this one as letterhead design. Okay, letterhead design. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to save up this file. So here you guys can basically see now I do have this page. Okay, so now first let's try to understand what a header and the footer is. Okay, so now as you guys can see, if I just click outside, okay, or if I try to click here inside, if I want to start writing over here, okay, so in this particular place only I'll be able to start typing. Okay, so wherever I do click, okay, so if I come over here the topmost place, I can just start writing from here. But if I come here on top, okay, basically this is a margin. Okay, so this is a imaginary margin. So the same way, if I just come down, okay, I'll also have that imaginary margin right over here. Okay, so now if I come here on top and if I want to write anything down here on top, here you guys can see I just need to double click over here. Okay, so here once I'm double clicking, here you guys can see I do have an option called header and footer option. Okay, so the first thing, if you want to close this down, you guys will be able to close this down anytime. Suppose I just want to go back and I want to close it out, I can close it out. If I want to get back, I can come here, okay, and I can just select, see this on top option. This is basically called the header. Okay, and if I just roll down and come here on top, this down part is basically called the footer option. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work over here. Okay, so now let's again come here on top. Let's try to work on this particular option right over here. Okay, so basically onto the header option, okay, I do have a lot of header option right over here. Okay, suppose if you want to write anything, okay, so let's first, before understanding the header and the footer, as we are going to do a project, okay, let's come here onto crop. Okay, and let's see example. Okay, example of letter head. Okay, example of letterhead, and if I click on enter, okay, so here basically you guys can actually see, if I go onto the images option, okay, so here you guys can see there are a lot of options for a letterhead. Okay, so here you guys can see how a letterhead actually looks like. Okay, different options. So here you guys can see some informations right over here. Okay, so here they do have a logo, some more information over here. Okay, and here also they do have some information right over here. Okay, so here also you guys can see some of the designed ones over here. But in Word, what you're going to do is we are going to actually make some simple letterheads. Okay, so now again I can cancel this one. Let's come over here in my Word file again, and what I'm going to do now over here is, suppose if you want to insert any pictures. Okay, so from file, you guys will also be able to insert some pictures from here. Okay, suppose if I come here and again I will come to this home button option, and from here let me just select a size, this one over here. Okay, so let me just write the food company. Okay, so just let me write the food company over here. And now I do have this particular thing. And let me just increase its size maybe to 26. Okay, so now the header size is 26. And let me just make this thing a little bit bold over here. Okay, and if I do want to add some effects, okay, I will also be able to add some effects right over here. Okay, so here now I do have only one page. Okay, if I do come to this insert option, okay, and if I want to add another page over here, okay, so I can just come over here, okay, and I can just add some pages. Okay, so here I can come, and instead of choosing the header, what I can do is I can come here and click out any other place. Okay, so now if I want to create a blank page, okay, once I am over here again into my body option, okay, so we need to understand this top part is basically called the header, and the middle part is basically the body. And if I just come here on the down part, this particular part is called the footer. Okay, so now let me add a blank page. Okay, so here in the second page also, here you guys can see now I already do have my header which I have already put. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to put the things right over here. Okay, and how many ever pages you add, you guys will also already have those things right over here. Okay, so if you want to make any changes particularly, in that case you guys will be able to make. Okay, so let me again come here onto the first one. Okay, and now let me just come here and just delete these things out. And once I have deleted this one over here, all these particular places, the header is being deleted. Okay, so now what I am going to do right over here is, if you want to add some boxes, okay, suppose some boxes to write anything, okay, there are different presets which you guys can use. Here you guys can see different designs on the side. Okay, so here you guys can also use those things out. Okay, you guys can come down and check those things out. If you want to use some of this, or if you want to download some of the headers from office.com, you guys can come here and check. Okay, suppose you have already applied this one. Okay, so from here basically you have applied, and now what you're going to do is you are going to write things up. Okay, so now instead of this one, okay, if you want to remove all of this, come to this header option and just select remove header. So here you guys can see the total thing over here have been changed. Okay, so this is one way of how you can do this stuff over here. Okay, so now what I am going to do is I am going to put on some image. Okay, so I will come here, let's go to a free pick. Okay, so let's take some image from free pick over here. Okay, so let's come over here onto this point. Let's look for some free images. Let's take this one and let's download this thing for free. Okay, so I have just downloaded this one. And again, what I am going to do is I will come here in my file right over here, go to downloads. Let me just select this one and let's extract all of this. Okay, so I will just extract this particular file, and once I'm done, what I'm going to do is I will just come here, delete this stuff, and now I will just close this one down, close the free pick down. Okay, so to put that particular image right over here, the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and now I am going to take or make on some changes. Okay, so I am going to create a table. So to create a table, come here in the insert option, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and select the tab option. Okay, so before that, what you can do is you can come up here, and suppose here you guys can see I won't be able to move that thing down. Okay, so now go to header and footer option. Okay, so what you can do is you can just bring this thing here on top a little bit. Okay, so if I want to bring this thing top something by 4 centimeters, I will be able to put this one here in 4 centimeter. Okay, so if you want to insert alignment tab, Okay, you guys will also be able to do that. So let me just keep a 4 centimeter distance right over here. Again, go to the insert option. And from here, what I can do is I can just take this particular table down. And if you wanna increase the size from here, okay, you guys will be able to increase the size from here a little bit. Okay, come here to this point and let's take the size from here as well. Okay, so I will come here and I'll just put this thing up. And the next thing, what I am going to do over here is I am going to do some splits. Okay, so come here and go to the split cell option. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to keep two number of columns over here and I'll just click on OK. So now I will also be able to come here, and what I can do is I can just bring this thing down a little bit. Okay, so once I'm here in this particular cell, okay, I will come here in the insert option, and from the insert option now I will just go to the pictures option. Okay, go to this device. Okay, and from this device what I'm going to do is I am going to go to the downloads, and from here I will take this image and I will just try to insert it accordingly. Just click on shift, okay, or just go back. Okay, come here and go to insert button again. Pictures, this device, take this and insert. Okay, so from here, if you want to decrease the size, okay, you guys will be able to decrease the size of the image accordingly. Okay, so you guys can come over here and suppose I want to give this thing a name. Okay, so you guys can come here in this particular option. Okay, so here you guys can see draw option, design option over here. Okay, table design, let's come here and go to the table design option. Okay, so from here you guys will come here in the layout. Let me just put this one here in the center. Okay, and now what I'm going to write over here is I am going to come here in the home button again, and maybe I will just decrease the size to 18, and I will just write the food company. Okay, so I will just write the food company over here. And what I'm going to do is maybe if I want to put it on the left hand side a little bit, I will come here and I will just put it right over here as well. Okay, so now once I'm here at this point, what I can first do is I will go to the home button and I will just align it to the left hand side. Okay, and if you want to give on some address, okay, so from here basically you will be able to give on some address over here as well. Okay, so if you come and suppose I will just decrease the font size, let me just take a 12 over here, and now I will come to this option, and now I will just write addresses. Okay, so I can just random US address over here, and now what I can do is I can just select this particular address, Control C. And what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will just paste this over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I have pasted this thing right over here. And now after selecting this one, what you can also do is you guys can come here, maybe go back a little bit. And once you have selected this thing out, okay, so in this case, I will just off the bullet mark and let me align it here on the left hand side. Okay, go to the layout option, and from the layout option, let me just keep this thing here in one side again. Okay, so let me just select all of this. Okay, and after selecting, let me just bring it over here. Okay, and now let me just keep this thing right over here. Okay, so yeah, once I'm done here, you guys can see if I am uh tr. Okay, yeah, this looks better. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually put up your address over here. And suppose in the same way, if you want to write the email address, okay, suppose if you just come here and instead of applying any effects, if you come here and if I just write email, okay, so I will just write an email over here, just use the colon, okay, and ABC at gmail.com. Okay, you guys can use this one. Okay, gmail.com over here. Okay, so now to this thing, what I want to do is I don't want any background color. Okay, so in that case, if I come over here and if I want a white background, okay, so if I come to these points over here and now I will just come to shading and now I just want a white background. In that case, I will be able to get a white background from here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do that. And now suppose as I do have these things right over here. Okay, so now in this case, if I want to place it here, okay, like go to the picture format option, otherwise come here in the table design or the layout. So now just place it centrally over here. Okay, and once you have placed centrally, okay, you guys can see now I do have this particular table. Okay, so now what you can also do is come here in the table design. Okay, select this three tables. Okay, and what you can do from here is if you want to don't want any borders, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can select the no border option. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to select this point out over here. Okay, so now let's come down here. You guys can see all the pages which I had now have these options. Okay, so now I will just come here on top, okay, like here on the down option. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part. So let's come here in the footer. So the same way what I'm going to do is I just need to double click over here and here you guys can see my cursor. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to create some boxes over here. Okay, so let's come here, go to the print preview option. Okay, so this is how it actually looks. Okay, here on top. So again, I will go back. Okay, so maybe I will come here onto this footer option, and from this footer option, what I am going to do over here is I am going to take this one down here as well, like 4 centimeters over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is go to the insert page option. Okay, and now I am going to create a table of three. Okay, so I will just create a table of three right from here. If I want to increase the size, maybe I will just increase the size a little bit. Okay, so let's come down over here. Okay, if you want to increase the size over here as well, okay, I will just increase the size a little bit from this side here as well. Okay, so I will just increase the size here. I will just maintain the size of the header over here. Okay, so now once I'm here, right click on the mouse and I will just split the cells over here. Okay, again, the same way what I'll do is I will just come here and I'll split cells over here. And to this particular point as well, I will come here and I will just split the cells where it's uh, number of columns is 2 and number of rows is 1. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I will come here and I will just select this particular place. And the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to bring this thing kind of right here. And this one, okay, suppose this one over here, I am going to bring this thing quite here like this. Okay, so this is how I am going to work somewhere over here. Okay, I am going to put on these things. Okay, so now let's come to this particular box, and what you're going to do is you are going to insert an image. Come to the pictures, go to this device option. Okay, and now go to downloads. Here you guys can see I will just put this image. Okay, and I'll just insert this image right over here. Okay, so now I will again decrease the image size. Okay, and once you have done this one, what you can do is right click over here and just click on copy. Okay, click on this particular cell and just click on paste. Control V, select this image and right click from here. Okay, go to the change picture option, go to this device, and from here maybe I'll take this image and now this one is changed. The same way, Control C, come here into this box. okay, and just click on Control V, okay, and again you just right click on the mouse, go to the change picture option, and from the change picture option go to this device and just select this one, and again insert the same image right over here. Okay, so in that case what happens basically is here you guys can basically see now you are not changing things up properly. Okay, like you are just changing the image, but the proportion ratio is kind of the same right over here. Okay, so now let me just write few of the domains right here. Okay, so I will just write abc uh, at gmail.com. Okay, so let me just write gmail.com over here. Okay, so let me just give a hash. Okay, like ABC food. Okay, ABC. I will just give this hash over here, foodo. And now again, what I'll do is I will just put on plus 225679252534. Okay, so I have just selected these numbers right over here, and what I'm going to do is if I want to come here and let's select this particular part, let's come here, let's select this particular part, and let's come here and let's select this part. So what I did over here is basically I did it using the control. Okay, so I have selected a particular part first, then I have selected that particular part, and after that I have just skipped all these three boxes. So now the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to make this thing bold, and now I am going to change the size of these things to 14. Okay, so now once I have changed this sizes to 14, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here in the table design. Otherwise, I will just go to the layout option. What I can do is I can just select this particular part. Otherwise, I can come here and I can just centralize this one from this particular option. Okay, so here you guys can see I can just centralize this one. Okay, and if I want to take this thing kind of down, I will also be able to do these things from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have selected this particular things right from here. Let me just delete this up over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular letterhead ready. Okay, so in the same way, if I come here and let me just select uh, Control Z to go back. Let me just select all of these boxes. Okay, and now what I'm going to do is I'll just go to all borders and I'll just select no borders from here. Okay, come here, go to the file option, go to the print option. Okay, so here in under the print option, here you guys can see how this particular letterhead basically looks. Okay, so you guys can also come here if you just want to give any white line over here, you guys can also give that. So I will just come here. Okay, maybe I will just go on top over here and double click onto this option, and what you can do is you guys can come over here. Okay, just select this one, like the whole thing. Okay, so just select this whole thing up. So let me just come here. Let's just click this thing, whole thing up over here. And what you want to do is go to the border option. And what I want to do is I want to give this bottom border. Okay, so here you guys can see I have given this thing a bottom line. Okay, so in the same way, what you can also do is you guys can come here. Okay, go to this table design option. Okay, and you guys can check the border styles, and from here basically you guys can also check the down border style over here as well. Okay, so now I can just click outside. Okay, so from here basically if I select uh, this whole thing up. Suppose let me just select these boxes, all three boxes over here, and let's select the border style. Okay, or let's first select what kind of borders do I need. Okay, so if I just want a bottom border, okay, I'll select the bottom border. And here what I'll do is I will just select a 6 line over here. So this is how it actually looks. Let me go to file, let me go to print. Okay, so this is how it's actually going to look like. So here you guys can see now I do have a line over here. Okay, so the same way, if you want to put up any watermark, in that case, you guys can also come here. Okay, let's come here onto the body. Okay, and after going to the body, let's go to the design option from watermark. Come here, go to custom watermark. Okay, picture watermark, select a picture over here. Okay, so now I will just browse a file from my system. Okay, so I will just take this image only. And what I'll do is I'll just insert and I'll just select auto option. And what I'll do is I'll just apply and I'll just close this thing down. So here you guys can see I do have this is the watermark which I do have over here. Okay. And now to each and every page, if I want to insert any mark, okay, suppose if I just come here in the header option, okay, so now from here, what I can also do is I can just give a page number. Okay, like what type of page number do I want? Okay, top of page. Do I want to put the page number here on top? Then I can select this one. So here you guys can see this is how it's actually going to look like. Okay, if you want to put page margins, you guys will be able to put on page margins. If you want to put the number in the bottom of the page, so here you guys can see you guys can basically put the number here on bottom of the page. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that. And if you want to remove page numbers, you guys will be able to remove the page numbers from here as well. Okay, so if I just click Control Z again, okay, so if you click right like this, okay, you guys can actually work. Okay, so this is how you guys will also be able to change the current position, page margins. If you want to put the page number in the bottom, you guys will be able to do that. And this is also the same if you want, it's like same as the header. Okay, so this is over here. Okay, and from header, if you directly want to go to the footer, you guys can also go to the footer over here. Okay, and as you guys can see, okay, if you want different odd and even pages, you guys can tick mark this particular one over here. Okay, if you want to actually upload any date and time, you guys can also come here. Okay, for online pictures, you can also select over here. And if you want different first page, you guys can come here and select different first page here as well. So this is the final result of how my letterhead is going to look like. Okay, so the next thing what I'll do is go to save as, go to browse. Okay, and wherever you want to save this particular file, come to this option. Suppose here I want to save it in the resource file, then I'll just save this thing up. Okay, so this is the main thing what you're going to do. So hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to make one letterhead. Okay, and I also have explained you guys about the header and the footer in brief here in this particular chapter. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on chapter number 10, and here we'll be making shapes with MS Word. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you'll be able to insert different kind of shapes over here. Okay, how you'll be able to work with all those out. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. So the first thing what I'm going to do over here is I am going to create a blank document. Okay, and after creating a blank document, okay, now I want to insert some images right over here. Okay, so in that case, the first thing what I need to do is I need to come here onto the insert option, and just before the pictures option, I do have the shape option right over here. Okay, and here as you guys can see, I do have a lot of shape which I can work on with. Okay, suppose if I do want rectangle. In that case, here you guys can see once I clicked on that rectangle, my mouse here, you guys can see that I will be able to make any kind of rectangle over here. Okay, so here at a different proportion, I can make this particular rectangle right over here. Okay, but here the same way, if I just click on shift, okay, so here as you guys can see, I have clicked on shift. Okay, now I won't be able to make any kind of rectangle the way I want. Okay, it will be proportional only. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create one shape. So here as you guys saw, okay, so once I have created this one, okay, if I want to increase its size, I will be able to increase its size from this side, okay, from this points here as well. Okay, and the same way, if you want to give this thing a rotation, you guys can come here and basically give this thing a rotation accordingly. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can put on this particular icon right over here. Okay, and now let's try to see what are the different options, okay, available over here. Once you take any shape, okay, so here in your page over here, you will also have a shape format, which is just right over here. Okay, so the first thing, let's try to look, okay, how you will be able to edit this shape. Okay, so directly, if you want to change any shape, okay, so in that case, come here, and if you want to change it from here directly, you guys will be able to change the shapes. Again, I'm back at the same shape right over here. Okay, and after that, the next thing what you all will be able to do is you will be able to edit the points. Okay, so here if you click, okay, so here using this particular icon, once you click on edit shape, okay, and change the points, you guys can come here and basically you guys will be able to change these points. Okay, suppose here you guys can see if I want to give this thing a curve or anything, so from here basically you guys can see I am just giving these things a curve over here. Okay, so here the same way you guys can actually see, you will be able to give some curves like that. Okay, and the same way if you want to bring it somewhat over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see I have made a different shape uh, with my rectangle over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to edit points over here. Okay, so that was about that. Okay, and suppose if you do want to put any kind of text over here, so basically you guys will be able to create a text box. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can create a text box just right here in the middle. Okay, so let me just write hello. Okay, so just let me write hello over here, and what I can do is I can just select this one, and now I can just centralize this one. Okay, so here you guys can see I have also centralized it right over here. And the next thing what I can also do over here is I can just increase the font size accordingly. Okay, so if I take 16, or let me just take somewhat around 36. Okay, so here you guys can see this thing is being centralized over here. Okay, so here you guys can see the text box. Okay, you can also decrease the size of the text box somewhat from here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually kind of work over here. Okay, using shapes. Again, if you select this particular shape, there are other options. Suppose what you want to do is you want to actually put on some quick styles. Okay, so here they do have some shape styles over here. Okay, so for that, let me just take another shape over here. Okay, onto this side, let's create a circle. Okay, so I have created a circle over here. Let me just put this thing somewhere here. Okay, so there are different options which you guys can work with. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a colored outline. Okay, here you guys can see, okay, so different colors I do have over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, you guys can check all these things out. Okay, so here you guys can see here I basically do have a gradient color. Okay, so why I tell gradient color, here you guys can see there is a somewhat whitish color, and then it is just discoloring over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and just check all these colors from here. Okay, and a lot of presets which you guys can come here and check out. Okay, so here also you guys can see, okay, here also there is a kind of discoloration right over here. Okay, if you want to select other themes, you guys can come here and select which other themes you guys do have over here. Okay, so this one is basically like if you come here and suppose I want to write anything, okay, like if you want to put any text box inside, okay, so in that case now here you guys can see if I double click I can also write in between. Okay, so this is another option. Okay, so let me just select this particular shape again, go to the shape format option. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this part. Okay, so a shape basically consists of two things. Okay, so the first thing which you need to understand, this is the stroke, which is the border. You guys can also call it a border. Okay, and the next thing is the fill. Okay, so fill is basically the inside color what you have in a shape. Okay, so that is called the fill color. Basically from here what I can also do is I can come here and I can just give on different fill colors. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have a lot of fill color right over here. So I have selected this color. Okay, you guys can choose from here, and suppose you want to explore more colors, here you guys can come and explore a lot of colors. And also basically you guys will be able to choose the transparency of the color here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to apply it, you guys can just click on OK. So here you guys can see the transparency of the color have decreased to quite an extent. Okay, so this was about this particular thing. Okay, and now if you don't want any fill again, you guys can come here and just click on no fill option. Okay, and if you want to put up any pictures over here, okay, so in that case you guys can come here in the picture. Okay, you guys can click from a file, so directly you will go or come over here. Okay, so let me just come to my resource file over here, and suppose I want to put this image right here in the middle. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to put this particular image right inside this circle. Okay, so this is how you guys can basically work over here. And after that as well, if you come here and if you want to select some gradient color instead of this, so here you guys can see there are different variations over here. Okay, so you guys can check what kind of gradient color you want from here. Okay, suppose what I'll do is I will just select this color, and after that what I can do is I can come here in the gradient. So here you guys can see a lot of changes over here. And if you want to go to more gradients option, okay, so from here I will just go to the gradient fill option, and basically from here what I can do is I can select what kind of color do I want for my gradient. Okay, so let's take this one over here and let's bring this kind of over here, and from here let's take up a different color. Okay, so let's take a different color right over here, and let's take another color and just change the color from here as well. Okay, let's come to this point, and now what you can also do is you can come here and select the color which you want. So here you guys can see now I do have a gradient over here. You guys can always manage this stuff over here, like where do you want to put or how much you want to put your gradient. And here if you want to add a gradient stop, okay, another one, you guys can click over here, and here you guys can see you do have another option for the gradient. So the same way you guys can come here and just select the color. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a gradient over here as well. Okay, so this was about that. And suppose from here you want to delete a gradient, so in that case just select that particular gradient option and just select remove gradient stop. So here you guys can see you have removed the gradient stop from here, and now it kind of looks like this. So you can also change the total transparency of this whole thing. Okay, so if you come here, suppose I want it to be 40% visible. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys can work. And if you come here, okay, you guys can also select the brightness of that particular color from here as well. Okay, and you can basically choose the type of gradient you want. If you want a radial gradient, so here you guys can see. Okay, so here are basically the presets. Okay, and also you guys can choose the direction at what you want to have those particular gradient to be in. Okay, so from here you guys can check out the positioning. Okay, if you want to position it from here as well, you guys can basically do that. Okay, so this is about the gradient option over here. Okay, so let's come here again, and from here if you want to fill in some textures as well, suppose I like this texture, so here you guys can see it will just fill your shape up with some texture. So here you guys can explore a lot of texture. If you want to go for more textures, you guys will also be able to check out different textures from here as well. Okay, so you guys can actually download a lot of textures as well. Okay, so basically let's come to this option right now, which is the shape outline. Okay, so basically outline is also called the stroke. So now if I want to increase the stroke from here, okay, what first I will just choose the color. What color do I want for my stroke? Okay, let's take this color over here, and now from here basically you guys will be able to check out the strokes. Okay, so here you guys can see the outline is actually quite big. So from here you guys can choose a lot of colors. Okay, and you can also choose how you want your line to be. Do you want it to be in a dashed line? Okay, or do you want it to be rounded dots? Okay, so you guys can use this one. Okay, all these particular options are same. Okay, and here you guys can check what type of lines do you want. Okay, so here you guys can check a lot of options. You guys can play around with all of those. Okay, so let's come here. I hope you guys have understood. And from here, okay, there are different presets, okay, which you guys can basically use. Okay, so there are different presets over here. Okay, so this one is preset 1. Okay, preset 2. Let's apply this preset 2 right over here. So here you guys can see some effects. Okay, and if you want to put some shadow, okay, you guys will be able to put on some shadows over here as well. Okay, but the same way, if you want to come here to the shadow option, reflection also, they do have different shadows or different presets. Okay, come to the glow option, they do have a different presets over here, and 3D rotation as well. Here you guys can see. Okay, come here and just go back to normal. Okay, so from here what I want to do is I want to use some shadow, but I will directly go to the shadow options. Okay, so basically from the shadow options you guys can choose the color of your shadow, and after that from here basically you guys will be able to change the angle. Okay, so you guys can select the angle of the shadow, and you guys can select at what distance you want your shadow to be. Okay, otherwise let's select a dark color over here. Okay, and basically you guys can select from all over here. Okay, so let's come to this option. Let's select the size over here, and let's select the blur. Let's put up a different angle. Okay, so here this one you're working with the inner shadow. Okay, so here you guys can see once I move here, you guys can see I am moving out the shadow over here. Okay, and I will just put up a blur a little bit. Okay, and if I want to increase the size, I will be increasing the size from here as well. Maybe I will just keep this one down over here. Okay, and decrease the size a little bit. Okay, and now I will just decrease the size, and maybe I will just work on with the angle a little bit. And what I'll do is I will just decrease the distance from here. So this is how you guys will be able to create some shadow effect. Okay, now here you guys can see there is a shadow just behind this particular shape which I do have over here. Okay, so you can work on with the reflection as well manually. Like if you do want to add any reflection, first off you need to select the size over here, and after that how much blur you want, and also you guys can select the distance. Okay, if you want to put on some glow effect, here also there is some option for glow effect over here. Okay, suppose if you want to increase it, okay, you guys can increase this from here. Okay, for the glow effect, and also maybe I'll just increase the transparency a little bit. Okay, so here in this particular thing, okay, so I will just come here in the soft edges. Okay, so I will come here and maybe increase the soft edges option from here. Okay, so you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, if you increase this one here, you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to increase things right from here as well. Okay, so this was all about shapes right over here. Okay, so come here, go to the shape format, and from here basically you guys will be able to add different word styles. Okay, suppose if I come here and now if I want to check all these word styles from here. Okay, so let's select this one, and there are different presets from where you guys will be able to select the word type. Okay, so let's select this one, and basically from here as well you guys can manually work with all of these shapes. Okay, and also this text outline. If you do want any outline for your text, you guys can come here, select this outline text option. Okay, you guys can select the width. Okay, so here you guys can see I'm increasing the size over here, and also in this particular word as well, if you do want to give some shadows and stuff, in that case you guys will also be able to give on some shadow and stuff over here as well. Okay, so now let's come to this point over here. Okay, and I will just select this particular text over here, and once I have selected the particular text, what I am going to do over here is I will just select this one and I'll just go on top, and now I will just increase the blur. Okay, so I will just increase the blur and I will just increase the angle and also the distance over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now to this text box over here. Okay, so you guys, if I just give 100% transparency, okay, you guys can see the changes right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work. Okay, so let's take another shape over here. Okay, if you do have any text inside the shape, it will also give you the option like where you do want to align. You want to align it to the top? Do you want to align it in the middle, or do you want to align it here in the bottom? Okay, so this is about that. Okay, and here also you do have positioning. Suppose I have also told you about the text wrapping option already. Okay, so you guys already know, and from here there are text wrapping options as well. Okay, suppose if you do have two or three shapes, suppose if I'm over here, and now what I want to do is I want to increase the size to an extent over here, and what I want to do is I just want to send this thing to the back. Okay, so in that case what I can do is I can come here and I can just type this one like send to back. So here you guys can see now this thing have sent this particular option here on the back. So you guys can keep this thing quite like this. Select the text box from here. Okay, and just take this text box and just place it wherever you want. Okay, so you guys can select all these things all together. Okay, so now you guys can come here and just check these things out accordingly. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work over here and make some designs according to yourself. Okay, so here you guys can see I have now selected all of this. Okay, if I want to centralize this one, I will also be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so now let's come here. Let's put this thing here in the center. Okay, and now let's put this particular shape. Okay, here, just here. Okay, so I'll just put this shape over here as well. And now let's select this text box and now put this text box somewhere here. Okay, so this is basically done. I have just made up a shapes. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on shapes. So keep on practicing, guys. I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the MS Word Essential tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, and here we'll be learning how you can set your page up for printing. Okay, so we'll be learning a bit about the margins, how you'll be able to put that, how to actually design, or how actually you can put up the pages before you print. Okay, and what will be the outcome in those cases. You will be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning the page setup for printing in MS Word. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word. Okay, so the first thing what I am going to do right over here is I am going to create a new file, and from here I will be creating or just opening up a document. Okay, so maybe I will come here and I do have this particular sample file over here. And here you guys can basically see that now this one is in editing mode. Okay, so from here, what I'm going to do now is suppose I am done working here in this particular document, and now I want to print this thing up. Okay, so to print this thing first, I need to check that, okay, I do have my margins and each and everything here in exact line and all. Okay, so the first thing I will come here and I will go to layout option. Okay, so basically from layout, you guys can actually check. Okay, so from here I will go to margin. Okay, so here if I do want to put any kind of margin, okay, basically you guys can actually see it is just putting out the margins right over here. Okay, so here you guys are not able to see, but it is just taking that particular space over here and it's just putting on the lines. Okay, so those are invisible lines over here. Okay, and you guys can set those things up from here as well. Okay, so basically in what orientation do you want to print your page? Okay, so here you guys can have portrait mode or a landscape mode over here. Okay, and basically from here we can also select the size. Okay, so now let's come to this options over here. Okay, like if you want to see, okay, if you do want to put any kind of tables again or any charts again before importing it for your printing, in that case you guys can come here and just check those things out right from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see there is an option called the page borders. Okay, suppose if you come here and if you try to put up any borders, you guys can come here and just put up those borders over onto all of these documents right over here as well. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to do those things up right over here in this particular option. Again, I am here in the layout option. Okay, so here you will just set this particular thing up. Suppose if I come here and let's take somewhat like this. Okay, so here you guys can see now my font and each and everything right over here has been changed. Okay, so here you guys can see now it is just printing in a different way over here. Okay, again using margin I can come here and I can use the narrow one. Okay, otherwise I can use the normal one over here. Okay, and if you want to keep up any border, you guys can also do that. You guys can check the left indent. Okay, so here you guys can see I am just managing the left indent right over here. The same way you guys can change this one over here as well. If you want to bring this thing kind of here on top, you guys can do that. So simply you just need to click on any part of the paragraph. In that case, if you want to change the left indent, or if you want to change the right indent over here, okay, you guys will be able to do this quite easily. Okay, so now here you guys can see now I do have the spacing here as well quite easily. Okay, and from here also you guys can actually select like from where you want your page to start and all. Like you can just mark the point at which one page ends. Okay, so if I come here, okay, so basically I can come here and maybe I can just select a part right over here as well. Okay, so I will just deselect those things again. Okay, and basically after into the orientation, if I want to see it in a landscape mode, so here you guys can see if I'm trying to print this in a landscape, okay, so this is how it will turn out. Okay, so here you guys can see. Again, I'll just go to orientation and I'll just go for the portrait size only. Okay, so suppose here there are few of the presets. Okay, so these are basically called presets. Okay, so they're showing you that, okay, top this much space will be left, and left side this much space will be left. Okay, but if you want to customize it, suppose you want 1 centimeter on each side, in that case you go to custom margins option, and from here basically you guys will be able to set the size over here. Okay, and you will be able to check in what all pages do you want to do that. Okay, do you want in a landscape mode or a portrait mode? And after that, after setting these particular options right over here, you can also set this particular thing as a default. Okay, so you can check for the paper over here. Okay, suppose if you do have a different paper size, okay, so you will also be able to do these things from here as well. You can also select how much should be the header from the edge, and also the footer the same way. You guys can actually apply it to the whole document. Otherwise, you can just keep these things here in the line numbers or in the borders. Okay, so for now I'll cancel, and here in size also, here you guys can see now, as this one is in a A4 size, if I just turn it to a letter size, here you guys can see a lot of difference right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see, before I do have this particular chart, okay, over here, but now once I've changed the paper size, okay, it came down to this point. Again, if I click on A4, here you guys can see again this is back at the same place. Okay, so this was about how you will set up your page before you print. Okay, so if you come to the format and anything, you guys can come here. Okay, so if you want to view it, okay, so here you guys can see now I am able to look it in the print layout format. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it my page will actually look. And if I just zoom out from here, suppose if I just zoom out, okay, so let me just zoom out from here, and basically here you guys can see this is the page, or how this will look once I print this page up. Okay, so basically from here, if you want to zoom in, okay, you guys will also be able to zoom in from here. Okay, so you can check how much percentage do I want to zoom into. Okay, you guys can select the percentage manually from here as well. Okay, and once you have done checking and doing all these things up over here, okay, so now you will come here in the file option, and from the file option you guys will go to the print option right over here. Okay, so basically they'll be showing you guys how you want to print it, like you want to print it in one side, or you want to manually print on both the sides. Okay, so here you guys can see an option is there over here, and here you guys can also see what is the page orientation. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to change a few things right over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can also see if you want to scale this paper size. Okay, so here you guys can also check out from here, like how you want to print this page up over here. Okay, so here you guys can see if you do want to print more than one pages in one paper, in that case what you are going to do, okay, you guys can select 2 pages per sheet, kind of like that. You guys will also be able to do this thing right from here. Again, what I'll do is I will come here on top, and I'll just keep 1 page per sheet here in this option over here. Okay, so basically once you are done, okay, you guys can come here, and if you want to select all the pages, like if you want to print all pages, you come here and select all pages. And if you want to just print the current page, suppose if I was in this page before I came here, then it will just print the current page for me. And suppose if I want to custom it, okay, I will also be able to custom this thing right from here. Suppose if I just want to print the page number 1 and 3, in that case I'll just put on the comma and I'll just click on 3. Okay, so in that case what it will do is it will just print the page number 1 and only the 3 for me. But instead of this one, if I come here, instead of comma, if I select a hyphen, okay, and if I just write 3, that means that it will print for me page 1, 2 and 3. Okay, and it's applicable in each and every word. Okay, like if you do have 100 pages document and from there you just want to print 2 pages, in that case you guys can come there and you guys can actually print those things out from here as well. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just print all the pages. And basically from here you guys can select how many copies of these pages do you need. So here, if I choose two, I will get two copies of the same document. I can increase it. Okay, if I want to decrease it, I will be able to decrease it from here as well. And in the printer option, suppose if you do have a printer connected, in that case, you should come here and you should check that do you have your printer already connected over here or not. Okay, and if not, okay, so then you guys can come here, you guys can just click on this one and you guys will be able to add up a printer connected. Okay, and once you're done, once you're satisfied with your page setup and each and everything over here, you guys can come to this option and you guys can just click on print and it will just print you out all your documents. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to set up your page before you print it out, and what are the different options which can be applied over here before printing up any document. So hope you guys have understood this whole thing over here. Okay. So take care everyone. See you all in any other next tutorial. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for our class project. Okay. And here we are on our class project number 1 where we'll be using images with the text wrap option. Okay. So first off, I'll be showing you guys the steps, what all you need to follow. And accordingly, I will also show you how to do that later. Okay. So let's see what are the steps which you need to follow. So here you guys can see the name of the class project is using images with text wrap option. Okay. So here as you guys can see, I do have a description and outcome over here. Okay. So basically you guys can actually check both of those out, the description and the outcome. So for me, I will directly go on to the steps over here. Okay. So step 1, create a new document. Step 2 is go to the insert page option. Step 3, select the picture option. Step 4, upload your image and make changes accordingly. Step 5, go to the text wrap option and make changes accordingly. Save the file and upload it in our project panel. That is the step number 6. Okay, so let's go to Word and see how you will do that. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in my home page. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a file. So let's go to this particular PC over here, or let me just browse from here. Okay, so I do have some documents here in my resource file. So what I'll do is I'll come here and I will just take a sample doc file. Okay, and what I'll do is I will just open those things up right over here, and I'll just enable editing onto this particular option. So here in last class, you guys can see once I was showing you guys about the watermark over here. Okay, so let's just come over here and suppose I want to actually add an image with the text wrap option. Okay, so let me just come over here and I want to put on some images right over here in this particular place. So in that case, first what I need to do is I will just go to the insert option. From there I will go to pictures option. Okay, and now I will just open up the pictures option from here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to take this particular image and now I will try to insert that image right over here. Okay, what I can also do is I can just decrease the size of the image. So after selecting the image here, you guys can see I do have the picture format option. So the next thing what I'll do is I'll just go to text wrap option and I will change it from inline with text to tight option right over here. Okay, so I will just decrease its size from here. Okay, I will just decrease the size of the image. Otherwise, I will just click on Control Z again. So now what I can do is I can just move this thing around. Okay, so here I will just move this thing around. Let me just make it a bit small over here. Okay, so let's come to this option. Okay, let's put this one somewhere over here. Okay, so here you guys can see how it actually looks, and wherever I move this one, there you guys can see I do have this text wrapping option, so it kind of looks great. Okay, so there are a lot of things as well, like if you want to send it behind text, okay, if you want it in front of text, okay, and do you want to edit the wrap points. Okay, so basically from here I will just select the wrap points right over here. Okay, so this end as well, maybe I will just select this particular points, and now I'll decrease the size of this particular point, and over here as well I will just decrease the point right here, and also I will just decrease the points right over here as well, and I'll just click on enter over here, or I'll just click somewhat over here. So here you guys can see I have set the points. Okay, so now once you are done with this particular thing, what you have to do is you need to come here in the file option, go to the save as option, and select wherever you want to save this particular file. Okay, so come here in the resource file option, MS Word resource file option, and now just select or just name this accordingly. So I'll just select the name class project 1. Okay, so I will just select class project 1 file. Okay, and now I will just save this one. Okay, so now this thing is saved, and once it's saved, you guys can come here and just upload all of this work into our project panel. So hope to see you all in another chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye. I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your project file. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for a class project. Okay, and this is the class project number 2. Okay, where we'll be putting watermark in your image. Okay, so we'll be putting on watermark in image and also inside the document. Okay, so we'll be showing how you can do that. So first I'll show you guys the steps. Okay, so let's see and let's get started. So here, basically, you guys can see the name of the class project is putting watermark in your image. Okay, so basically, you guys can also see there is a small description and also an outcome. Okay, so you guys can actually refer both of this. But for me, I will directly go onto the steps what all you need to follow. Okay, so step 1, create a new document. And the step number 2 is you need to go to the design page. Okay, so after that, step number 3 is select the watermark option. Step 4, customize your watermark accordingly. And step 5 will be saving the file and uploading it in our project panel. So let's see how you will do that in the Excel file. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the MS Word, and now I will just click over here to create a new document. Okay, so here basically I do have created a new document right over here. Okay, so the thing is, instead of doing it over here, you can also do it in a different page. Okay, so if you guys have some different page, okay, so instead of coming here, I'll go to open option, I'll go to the browse option from here, and now I will just come down a little bit, go to MS Word resource file, and from here, maybe I will take this invoice design and I will just open this up. Okay, so I have showed you guys already how you'll be able to uh, make one invoice. Okay, so let's come here, let's zoom in a little bit. So what I'm going to do right over here is I am going to put up a watermark. Okay, so the step which I'm going to follow over here is I'll come here onto the design page, and in the design page here you guys can see I do have the watermark option. Okay, so basically if I do want to put any watermark from here, okay, from these presets, I will be able to put on some watermark from these presets over here, or otherwise now what I'm going to do is I will go and I will go to custom watermark. Okay, so in this page, if I come and if I go for a picture watermark, okay, I can come here and I can put some picture watermark from here. I can select the picture over here. Otherwise, if you want to put this text watermark, in that case, I'll come here. Maybe I will choose this Calabri light option. And from here, now I will just select the text. Okay, so I will write Claire Food Company. Okay, so I will just write Claire Food. Otherwise, let me just put everything in caps. So I will just write Claire Food Company. Okay. And after that, what I'm going to do is I will just take something different from here, or now I will also change the color. So let me just put this particular color, and now I will just apply. And here you guys can see after applying how it basically looks. And now I want it in a horizontal line. Let's put it up over here. Okay. And if I want to increase its size, I will also be able to increase its size. And let's see after applying. Okay, so here maybe I will go for 48 and I'll apply it right over here. Okay, so I'll be able to put on some watermark kind of like this. Okay, and once I'm done, I can just close this thing down. And here you guys can see I do have the watermark just behind over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to add. Okay, so here you guys can see now I also do have my watermark right over here in this particular page. And after that, what you're going to do is once you're done putting on your watermark, you guys come here into the file option, go to save as, okay, go to browse page option, and after that, instead of this one, I will just save this file. Okay, so I will just write a class class project 2. Okay, and I'll just write file, as I do have already this particular name over here, and I'll save this file. And as this file is saved, you guys can come into our project panel and upload your work accordingly. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do. I'll be waiting for you guys that you send me down your work that I can check those out and get back to you guys accordingly. Okay, so hope you guys have understood this class. Hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone.